Selamat pagi kami ucapkan kepada para hadirin sekalian yang telah menempati ballroom dari Universitas Islam Internasional Indonesia. Kami harapkan agar segera menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan karena acara sebentar lagi akan dimulai. Terima kasih. Apa ya nyebutnya ya? Selamat datang kami ucapkan kepada Menteri Agama Republik Indonesia atau dalam hal ini yang mewakili Sekretaris Jenderal Kementerian Agama Republik Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Kamarudin Amin.
Menteri Keuangan Republik Indonesia atau yang mewakili
Menteri Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan Republik Indonesia atau yang mewakili
Bapak Wakil Wali Kota Depok, Bapak Chandra Rahmansyah.
Rektor Universitas Islam Internasional Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Jamhari.
Bapak Direktur Jenderal Pendidikan Islam Kementerian Agama Republik Indonesia.
Sekretaris Dirjen Pendis Kementerian Agama Republik Indonesia.
Direktur Diktis Kementerian Agama Republik Indonesia.
Dan seluruh pejabat Eselon 1 Kementerian Agama Republik Indonesia. Kepada para hadirin sekalian, kami persilakan untuk berdiri karena kita akan sama-sama menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Sama-sama saksikan persembahan spesial dari Choir Speranza, Paduan Suara Mahasiswa Perguruan Tinggi Jakarta.
There's no need to cry. In this place, you feel there's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there. If you care enough for the living, make a little space, make a better place. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me.
If you want to know why there's a love that cannot lie, love is strong, it only cares of joyful giving.
If we try, we shall see. In this place we cannot feel fear or death. We stop existing and start living. Where it feels that always, if you love's enough for us growing, make a better world, make a better world. Heal the world,
Make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race.
there are people dying.
If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. And the dream we were conceiving will reveal a joyful face, and the world we once believing will shine again in grace.
Then why do we keep trending life on this earth crucified soul? Though it's plain to see this world is heavenly, because God
So high, let our spirits never die. In my heart, I feel you are all my brothers. Create a world with no fear. Together we cry happy tears. See the nations turn their sword into plowshares.
we could really get there if we care enough for the living. Make a little space, make a better place.
The world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. Heal the world.
صاحب المعالي وزير الشؤون الدينية لجمهورية إندونيسيا أو من ينوب عنه سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور قمر الدين أمين الأمين العام للوزارة. أهلا أستاذ. صاحب المعالي وزير المالية لجمهورية إندونيسيا أو من ينوب عنه. صاحب المعالي وزير البيئة والغابات أو من ينوب عنه. صاحب السعادة السيد تشاندرا رحمان شاه نائب عمدة مدينة ديبوك جاوا الغربية. وصاحب الفضيلة رئيس الجامعة الإسلامية العالمية الإندونيسية الأستاذ الدكتور جمهري معروف ووكلاؤه. صاحب السعادة المدير العام للتعليم الإسلامي بوزارة الشؤون الدينية الأستاذ الدكتور أمين سويتنو. صاحب السعادة الأستاذ الدكتور محمد أرسكال سليم السكرتير بالمديرية العامة للتعليم الإسلامي بوزارة الشؤون الدينية. والصاحب السعادة الأستاذ الدكتور سهيران مدير التعليم العالي الإسلامي بوزارة الشؤون الدينية. أصحاب السعادة المسؤولين بوزارة الشؤون الدينية. أصحاب السعادة رؤساء الجامعات. السادة الباحثين والأكاديميين المحترمين. السادة الضيوف والحضور كل باسمه ولقبه. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرنا اليوم أن نرحب بكم أصحاب المعالي والفضيلة والسعادة السادة الحضور والضيوف في رحاب جامعتنا الميمونة الجامعة الإسلامية العالمية الإندونيسية في مناسبة حفل الافتتاح للمؤتمر الدولي السنوي حول الإسلام والعلم والمجتمع المعروف اختصاراً AICIS بلس لعام 2025 والتي تنظمه وزارة الشؤون الدينية لجمهورية إندونيسيا بالتعاون مع الجامعة الإسلامية العالمية الإندونيسية كالجامعة المضيفة. ويحمل المؤتمر AICIS في هذا العام شعاراً الإسلام والإيكوتيولوجيا والتحول التكنولوجي ابتكارات متعددة التخصصات من أجل مستقبل عادل ومستدام.
Esteemed guests, distinguished scholars, and honored attendees, it is with profound privilege that I, Aisha,
And I, Rivaldi,
welcome you to the 24th Annual International Conference on Islam, Science, and Society, AICIS Plus 2025. Today we gather here in a spirit of unity, wisdom, and aspiration to embark on a journey of intellectual and spiritual enrichment. Let us commence this momentous occasion with elegance and reverence. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the pinnacle of today's ceremony.
مع تلاوة آيات ذكر الحكيم يتلوها على مسامعنا الأستاذ شمسوري فردوس فليتفضل مشكورا.
To invoke divine blessings upon this gathering, we invite the esteemed Ustad Shamsuri Firdaus to grace us with a recitation from the Holy Quran, followed by its translation.
بسم الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار واختلاف الليل والنهار لآيات لأولي الألباب. الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم ويتفكرون في خلق السماوات والأرض ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان. صدق الله العلي العظيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
صدق الله العظيم وصدق رسوله النبي الكريم ونحن على ذلك من الشاهدين والشاكرين مع دعوات خاشعة يتلوها على مسامعنا الأستاذ الدكتور إلياس مروال.
To seek blessings and guidance for the success of this event, we invite Dr. Kiai Haji Ilyas Marwal to lead us in prayer.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله لمن خاطب العقول بآياته ونور القلوب بنفحاته. اللهم إنا نسألك أن تصلي على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه الذين أورث العلم والرحمة. يا رب، إليك نرفع أنظارنا وأفكارنا، فأنت نور العقول والملهم البصائر، ومن نفحاتك تتفتح أزهار المعرفة، وبإذنك يستبين السير في لجج الكون والأسراره. إلهنا، وها نحن اليوم قد وقفنا ببابك والتجأنا بجانبك ووقفنا على أعتابك مستغيثين. يا رب، يا رب الكون والنور، نفتح في رهاب هذا المؤتمر صفحات كتابك المسطور، ونطلق أبصار قلوبنا في كتابك المنظور، لنرى في كليهما حكمتك ونورك يا رب النور. نحاول أن نسمع صوتك في حمس العلم، ونرى وجهك في مجال التقدم والاختراع. فسبحانك ما أجمل أن يلتقي الإيمان بالعلم. اللهم علمنا فقه التسخير لا فقه التدمير، وهب لنا علما يعمر ولا يدمر، وتقنية تعين ولا تستعبد، وروحا تلهم ولا تغفل، وفكرا يحفظ التوازن بين الإنسان والكون، وفهما يجمع بين آيات الكتاب وآيات الكون، لنكون خلفاء في الأرض كما أردت. نحيي الحياة بالعلم ونزكي العلم بالإيمان. اللهم بارك في العلماء والباحثين والمفكرين الحاضرين، واجعل كلماتهم نورا وأعمالهم ظهرا ونواياهم صدقا. ربنا تقبل منا هذا الدعاء إنك أنت السميع العليم. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه ومن سار على نوره إلى يوم الدين. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
آمين آمين يا رب العالمين. التقرير يقوم بإلقائه رئيس الجامعة الإسلامية العالمية الأندونيسية فضيلة الأستاذ الدكتور جمهاري معروف.
We now invite the distinguished rector of Universitas Islam International Indonesia, Professor Dr. Jamhari, to deliver the official report for AICIS Plus 2025.
Distinguished guests, Secretary General of the Ministry of Religious Affairs, Professor Komarudin Amin, Director General of Islamic Education, Professor Suyitno, all excellent and officials within the Ministry of Religious Affairs, and my beloved, the members of the University Board of Trustees, Professor Komarudin Hidayat, and actually he is the real rector. I am only his junior. Secretary of the Director General of Islamic Education, Professor Askar Salim, Director of Islamic Higher Education, Professor Sahiron, Deputy Mayor of Depok, esteemed Rector of Islamic State Universities, honored speakers, resource person, colleague, and participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, rahayu dan salam sehat buat kita semua. Good morning. It is a profound honor and privilege for me as Director of Universitas Islam International Indonesia to welcome all of you to our beloved campus for the opening ceremony of AICIS Plus 2025. To our international speakers from across the globe, on behalf of the entire university and the AICIS committee, I extend a warm welcome. Selamat datang di Indonesia. And also, selamat datang to our university, a home of Islam Wasatiyah. I would like to begin my remarks by commemorating two important national days celebrated this October. First, Selamat Hari Santri, Happy Santri Day. May Indonesian Santri continue to play a vital role in advancing our nation. Second, I wish to commemorate Sumpah Pemuda or Youth Pledge Day as the spirit and determination of Indonesian youth in uniting the nation laid the foundation of our national. Next, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude and congratulations to the Ministry of Religious Affairs under the visionary leadership of the Honorable Minister of Religious Affairs, Professor Dr. Nasaruddin Umar. Your unwavering support has been instrumental transforming AICIS into the dynamic AICIS Plus we launched today. The evaluation is a testament to your commitment to advancing Islamic scholarship on the global stage. For 24 years, AICIS has been Indonesia's premier academic forum on Islam. Now we proudly develop a new chapter. This plus signifies a rebirth, a deliberate expansion to connect Islamic scholarships with the most pressing global challenges under the powerful theme, Islam, eco-theology, and technological transformation, multidisciplinary innovation, for an equitable and sustainable future. I am delighted to report on the outstanding state of AICIS Plus 2024. One, global engagement. This is a truly global conversation. We received a staggering 2,434 research abstracts from scholars in 30 countries. After a rigorous review process, 345 top-tier papers have been selected for presentations. Second, a world-class assembly of speakers. We are honored to host 12 leading international experts, including Faris Nur, Shahram Abrizadeh, Stephen Lacroix, Zulfikar Amir, Fajar Himawan, Ariana Kisa, Muhammad Ahmad Ibrahim Ajaz, and Ayman Shihadeh. Also, I would like to specially recognize the outstanding contributions of our women scholars, such as Ibu Mewita Budi Harsana, Professor Eka Sri Mulyani, and Hamirullah binti Abdul Latif. Third, a rich dialogue. Over the next 3 days, this conference will be a symbol of intellectual discovery. The program features 2 keynote speeches and 2 plenary sessions to set the subject direction, 68 parallel sessions, and 24 invited journal panels for deep and meaningful discussion. 2 special sessions by Directorate of Higher Education, the Ministry of Religious Affairs, and a special cell from Sasakawa Peace Foundation from Japan. A rector forum representing 58 Islamic State universities and colleagues across Indonesia. And lastly, vibrant event including Madrasah Education Expo, a book fair, a halal culinary festival, and cultural event to celebrate our diversity. Fourth, hosting AICIS Plus is a manifestation of our university's course mission. As a graduate level university, built for these very purposes, we serve as a nexus where tradition and innovation meet. The conversation here on eco-theology, technology, and equity are the conversations that will shape our collective future. And Pak Sekjen, I think our university is not only good in academic, we are also good in sport. Our football team is a champion league in Jakarta because 10 out of 11 players are African students. Fifth, Islamic studies in Indonesia have developed significantly and have become a reference for Islamic studies globally. What we need to develop now is how Islamic universities can also advance science. This is precisely the mission of AICIS Plus, to bridge this gap, and it is the very reason we are all here today. At our university, we are committed to our mission, advancing Islamic civilization. We firmly believe this cannot be achieved without also advancing science and technology. It is our sincere hope that one day, a scientist from our universities in Indonesia will be honored with a Nobel Prize in the sciences. In conclusion, the stage is set for a landmark event. The report I gave you today is one of the global participants, academic excellence, and immense potential. This is more than a conference. It is a shared journey, a legacy of 24 years reborn as AICIS Plus toward a more fair, green, and hopeful world. And last but not least, on behalf of us all, I wish to extend our deepest gratitude to steering committee and organizing committee. Your incredible dedication and meticulous effort have prepared this AICIS Plus 24 hours to the highest standard, making this conference possible. Thank you for your experience and services, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
To extend our deepest appreciation to Professor Dr. Jamhari for his report and visionary leadership in shaping this prestigious conference. It is our honor to invite the Director General of Islamic Education from the Ministry of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia to deliver his address. Please accord a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Haji Amin Suyitno.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin Sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in ma ba'du. May peace and prosperity be upon us all, Your Excellencies, the Minister of Religious Affairs of Republic of Indonesia, Professor Nasdin Umar, on behalf by the Secretary of General, Prof. Kamaruddin, and then the Rector of Indonesian International Islamic University, Prof. Jamhari, and then distinguished Rector of Higher Islamic Education, include University, Institute, and Sekolah Tinggi, and then Director of Higher Islamic Education, Pak Soiron, of course, Secretary of Director General of Islamic Education, Pak Arskal, and the first Rector, UIII, Pak Kamar. Now he is a member of Board of Trustee in Islamic University. And then the Deputy Mayor of Depok, the representative, and all Eselon 1 official. Welcome from Pak Abu Rahmat, and then Pak Prof. Suhaja, and then Prof. Supriyadi, and of course, Pak Ali Ramdhani, and all director from Islamic Education, and of course, some speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, let us to express our praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His mercy and blessing which all us together and blessed morning to officially open the annual international conference on Islam, Science and Society we call AICIS Plus. Why we call AICIS Plus? There are many reasons. The first, as we know that AICIS just talk in Islamic studies only from the first until 2024, until 2024. Just explore, just present about Islamic studies. Starting from now, starting from today, we will explore about society, science, and another field in Islamic studies. So, the plus, we can transformation by adopting the new idea. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference as the board, we talk about transformation. We talk about mandatoring from president, we call Astacita, especially is our strategic initiative bring social science and science to front contemporary Islamic discourse. It is very important issues. And secondly, we talk about eco-theology. This is Asta protest from the Ministry of Religious Affairs, especially from Prof. Nasruddin Umar. And then, as we know, just Pak Rector say, we have expo about the research from senior high school, we call madrasah, Insan Cendekia. As we know, Madrasah Insan Cendekia is the excellent madrasah. The excellent madrasah because there is a specific program about research and about some math. Of course, Pak Sekjen will visit about Expo in this conference. And another issues, of course, we talk about how to combine between Islamic studies and natural studies and social studies. The question is, what different from medical program in Islamic university and in the public university? This question will answer in this conference by using discuss and of course by using visit in Expo. So this conference will combine between concept in dialogue, in discussing, and then we can see directly with Expo, because the Expo will demonstrate about the result of the research, although senior high school and of course from Islamic University. Ladies and gentlemen, according to me, this conference is the real international conference. Why? Because more than 31 countries involved in this conference. Before, we have just maybe 15 countries. So this is, I call, the real international conference. According to Pak Arskal, not only international, but also the 5 continental conference, because include America, include Asia, include Australia, of course, Indonesia. About articles, more than 2,434 articles selected, and just 230 articles will present in this conference. So very, very selected. We can applaud about this because very, very selected. Of course, thanks for especially steering committee, organizing committee, because you have do very, very good job, especially Pak Khaidir as Secretary of University. Thanks for your work team, because it is very, very grateful for Islamic education. Ladies and gentlemen, if we talk about eco-theology, as Pak Menteri says every time, every day, now we face destruction about nature. So according Pak Menteri, we have to reformulate about human relation by Jilid 2. There is God, nature, and natural. The God is the source of the knowledge, the source about many things, and then relation with human, and then relation with natural. So combine between God, natural, and science, this is we call human relation Jilid 2. According to me, we of course will discuss about this. Including on behalf of the organizing committee, thank you very much. Thank you for Pak Rector, thank you for all. And then finally, I hope the Secretary General open this conference officially. I give you short pantun. You can say cakep, aura kasih, santun, dan ayu. Terima kasih, hatur nuwun, dan thank you. Wallahul muwaffiq ala aqwamit thariq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
أوكي. شكرا لسعادة الأستاذ الدكتور أمين السيدنو على كلماته الطيبة والجياشة والتي تحمل في طياتها الأمل الكبير في نجاح هذا المؤتمر وازدهار مستقبل أمتنا الإسلامية والإنسانية قاطبة.
There is unwavering commitment to advancing Islamic education. And now, let's us watch a video presentation introducing AICIS Plus 2025, highlighting the vision, mission, and key themes of this year's conference.
Welcome to a special moment in Islamic scholarship, hosted by Universitas Islam International Indonesia, IIIU, in Depok, West Java. The Ministry of Religious Affairs proudly presents AICIS Plus 2025, the newly refreshed annual international conference on Islam, science, and society. Now in its 24th year, this is Indonesia's biggest academic event and the region's top forum for ideas on Islam and the modern world. This year's theme, Islam, Eco-Theology, and Technological Transformation, multidisciplinary innovations for an equitable and sustainable future. A truly global conversation. We received 2,434 research abstracts from 31 countries around the world. This shows how much the world cares about building a better future through faith, science, and society. Joining us are 12 leading experts from around the world. They come from the UAE, USA, UK, France, Australia, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. The opening ceremony will be graced by the presence of the Minister of Religious Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Religious Affairs, the Director General of Islamic Education, the Secretary to the Director General of Islamic Education, the Rector of IIIU. From October 29th to 31st, here's what to expect. 2 keynote speeches and 2 plenary sessions, 68 parallel sessions, open to all, plus 24 invited journal panels, special dictus session on Islamic higher education, Sasakawa Peace Foundation session on peace and conflict, side events, Madrasa Education and Science Expo, Book Fair and new book launches, Halal and International Culinary Festival, Islamic Higher Education Expo, talk shows and cultural events celebrating Indonesia's diversity, plus many chances to meet and network with scholars and friends from around the world. Over the years, AICIS has brought together Indonesia's 58 Islamic universities and colleges to advance knowledge and faith. Now, in 2025, we introduce AICIS Plus, a fresh chapter that builds on the past and looks to the future, connecting Islam, science, and society. It represents a major step forward in Islamic scholarship, becoming the most selective conference in its history. With the launch of the Research Expo, It highlights innovative research from madrasah to universities, showing Indonesia's growing academic strength and its commitment to developing world-class talent. The plus in AICIS Plus reflects a broader vision, where Islamic thought connects more deeply with science and society, creating a richer and more inclusive space for dialogue. This is more than a conference. It's a shared journey toward a fair, green, and
Indonesia, who will now deliver a special address and officially open AICIS Plus 2025. So please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Dr. Phil Kamarudin Amin.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahil alimil khabir. Al-qail fi kitabihil mubin. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wa'tasimu bihablillahi jami'an wa la tafarraqu. واذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ كنتم أعداء فألف بين قلوبكم فأصبحتم بنعمته إخوانا وكنتم على شفا حفرة من النار فأنقذكم منها كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته لعلكم تهتدون ولتكن منكم أمة يدعون إلى الخير ويأمرون بالمعروف وينهون عن المنكر وأولئك هم المفلحون صدق الله العظيم وهو أصدق القائلين ونحن على ذلك من الشاهدين والشاكرين. Ladies and gentlemen, with no intention to negate and neglect the contribution of others, I would like to salute two officials at the ministry and all participants, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers, rectors and scholars, academic leaders and honored guests, it is with profound respect for the pursuit of knowledge and a deep sense of responsibility toward our collective future that I stand here today before you. On behalf of the Ministry of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia and Universitas Islam International Indonesia, UIII, I extend a warm welcome to the Annual International Conference on Islam, Science and Society 2025. We are gathered here under the timely and critical theme, Islam, Eco-theology and Technological Transformation, Multidisciplinary Innovation for an Equitable and Sustainable Future. This convening represents a significant moment for scholarly engagement, one that demands our most rigorous intellectual effort and our deepest moral reflection. We find ourselves at a historical juncture characterized by unprecedented challenges. The accelerating climate crisis and the rapid ascendancy of artificial intelligence represent two defining phenomena of our age. These are not merely technical problems to be solved by engineers and scientists alone. As the esteemed philosopher of science, Syed Hussein Nasr compellingly argued that the environmental crisis is at its core a spiritual and intellectual crisis, a direct consequence of humanity's alienation from the transcendent principle that govern the natural order. Similarly, the transformation wrought by the technology demands more than regulatory frameworks. It requires a fundamental inquiry into the nature of humanity, ethics, and the very purpose of knowledge. In this context, the Islamic intellectual tradition is not an artifact to be preserved in libraries, but a living, dynamic resource that must be brought to bear on these pressing contemporary questions. The Ministry of Religious Affairs, in partnership with Indonesian Network of Islamic Universities, has supported AICIS for nearly a quarter century based on a foundational conviction. that faith and reason are not adversaries, but complementary faith to truth. Our role is to build the institutional and intellectual infrastructure that enables this synthesis. This commitment is manifested through three strategic pillars. First, the cultivation of robust research ecosystem within Indonesia's Islamic higher education system. We are decided to fostering academic environments where traditional Islamic sciences can engage in genuine dialogue with modern disciplines, from environmental science to computer ethics. Second, the promotion of a truly interdisciplinary methodology. The complex, wicked problems of sustainability and technological ethics cannot be addressed within the silo of individual disciplines. They figure the integrated insight of theology, law, philosophy, social science, and natural sciences. Third, the facilitation of global scholarly conversation. AICIS is not conceived as a platform where Indonesian scholars can engage with international peers as equal partners in the introduction of knowledge that serve all of humanity. Third, the great poet, philosopher Muhammad Iqbal, in his seminal work, The Reconstruction of Religious Thought in Islam, urged us to move beyond a static, passive relationship with tradition. He envisioned a dynamic intellectual project, one capable of capturing new domains of the human spirit. The 8 sub-themes of this conference represent precisely such new domains, and they demand nothing less than a reconstructive effort. Let me highlight the significance of these 8 sub-themes. First, ecotheology and environmental sustainability calls for a profound re-examination of religious thought in relation to environmental stewardship, asking how Islamic theology can inform us respond to eco-theological crisis. Second, current issues in science and technological transformation challenge us to critically examine the impact of scientific advancement and to develop ethical frameworks grounded in Islamic values. Third, Islamic law, social equality, and ecofeminism represents a pioneering effort to explore contemporary legal and social issues through the integrative lens of environmental ethics and gender justice. Fourth, revitalizing sustainable economic and equitable social welfare demands that we develop economic models that prioritize both ecological sustainability and social fairness. Fifth, decolonizing Islamic studies requires the courageous re-evaluations of our methodologies and perspectives, liberating Islamic scholarship from colonial epistemologies. Sixth, peace building, sustainable reconciliation, and humanitarian crisis addresses the urgent need for Islamic approaches to conflict resolution and humanitarian intervention in our troubled world. Seventh, investigating public health in Muslim society examines critical health issues through the dual lens of medical science and Islamic ethics, particularly relevant in the wake of global pandemics. Eighth, industrialization, innovation, and Islamic economic values seeks to harmonize technological progress with moral foundations of Islamic economics. Your Excellencies, the overarching theme of this conference, Islam, Ecotheology, and Technological Transformation, has been translated into concrete action by the Ministry of Religious Affairs through Asta Protas, the 8 impact-driven priority programs we officially launched on the 6th of March 2025. The second pillar, strengthening ecotheology, is embodied in 1 million Matwa Trees movement. This initiative calls upon every religious institution, mosques, madrasas, kawa offices, pesantren, and Islamic universities to become living green spaces, not mere stone structures. This is not merely an environmental campaign, it is a reconstruction of ecotheological theology, positioning the Muslim community as true Khalifa fil ard. Inna aradna al-amana ala samawati wal ard wal jibal فأبين أن يحملنها وأشفقن منها وحملها الإنسان إنه كان ظلوما جهولا. Complementing this, at the Indonesia Sharia Economic Festival 2025, we emphasize that zakat and wakaf serve as a foundational pillars of Islamic social finance to realize sustainable welfare and social equity, directly aligning with this conference's fourth sub-theme, revitalizing sustainable economic and equitable social welfare. With the national potential of cash wakaf reaching trillions of rupiahs, if every Muslim contributes just 10,000 rupiah as an everlasting amal jariyah, we can run education and green infrastructure without the burden of the riba. The ministry, in collaboration with the Indonesian Wakaf Board, the Badan Wakaf Indonesia, is currently integrating zakat and wakaf data for productive, targeted distribution, ensuring the community assets are not only preserved but also grow in blessing. This represents the practical expression of an Islamic value-based economy capable of simultaneously addressing poverty, unemployment, and environmental degradation, a living model of rahmatan lil alamin, rooted in knowledge, faith, and innovation. Excellencies, in conclusion, the task before us is both immense and essential. We are not merely organizing an academic conference, we are participating in vital work of civilizational dialogue and intellectual renewal. The Ministry of Religious Affairs stands firmly behind this mission. Let the discussions over the coming days be characterized by a critical rigor and interdisciplinary courage and a profound sense of moral responsibility. May our collective efforts contribute to the emergence of a future that is not only technologically advanced, but also equitable, sustainable, and deeply human, a future that embodies an Islamic timeless message for mercy to all worlds, rahmatan lil alamin. I thank you for your attention and wish you a most productive and inspiring conference. Ladies and gentlemen, by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I declare officially that this conference is open. وبالله التوفيق والسعادة والله الموفق إلى أقوم الطريق والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellency, may we ask you to remain on stage and please join Professor Dr. Phil Kamarudin Amin. On stage, Professor Dr. Jamhari,
Professor Dr. Amin Suyitno,
Profesor Dr. Askal Salim, Secretary Directoral General of Islamic Education of Minister of Religious Affairs of Republic of Indonesia,
as well as Professor Dr. Pil Sahiron, the Director of Islamic Higher Education of Ministry of Religious Affairs.
And now we are going to witness together the ceremonial of the opening of AICIS Plus 2025 in 3, 2, 1. And with this, it is officially open, the 24th Annual International Conference on Islam, Science and Society, AICIS Plus 2025.
وبهذا تعلن رسميا انطلاقة فعالية مؤتمر AICIS Plus 2025 لتكون منبرا علميا رائدا يسهم بفاعلية في مواجهة التحديات العالمية والإنسانية التي نعيشها في عصرنا هذا.
now we are going to take a group photo. This is a very historical moment,
Yes.
and AICIS Plus 2025 will run from today until the 31st of October 2025 here at Universitas Islam International Indonesia.
All right, Mbak Aisyah, we also would like to humbly invite to join us for a group photo pejabat eselon 1 Kementerian Agama, Kementerian Keuangan, Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan, dan Wakil Wali Kota Depok, Ketua Steering Committee, Organizing Committee, and all invited speakers. Please join us on the stage for a group photo. For our keynote speakers as well as invited speakers, please also join us on the stage.
As being addressed by Professor Dr. Jamhari, Director of Triple IU, about AICIS Plus 2025. It is a very special conference, especially this year. It aims to inspire transformative ideas that address the complexities of our shared global future. And 3, 2, 1. And thank you very much. After this, we will have a doorstop interview. So for our media partners and the press, you are welcome to engage in a brief doorstop interview with the designated dignitaries on the 5th floor. And once again, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to our esteemed guests for their gracious participation and insightful responses. And meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, please remain on the hall because we will continue our event for today. This is only the beginning, and we just opened AICIS Plus 2025 officially, and it will be followed by conferences for 3 days until October 31st.
All right, we would like to remind all of the guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, to please remain on the hall as we will proceed with the next agenda.
This will be very exciting, right?
Of course.
And can you also tell our guests here that are present in this hall what do we have for the next 3 days here at AICIS Plus 2025?
Yes, Mbak Aisha, thank you so much. Of course, this is a part. Today is the first day of our AICIS Plus 2025. We going to have after this cultural performance, and after this we're going to listen to our first keynote speech as well.
Kepada para hadirin sekalian, diharapkan untuk tetap stay di lecture hall ini karena acara masih akan berlangsung. Dan sekarang mari kita saksikan acara selanjutnya to celebrate Indonesia's rich diversity. Let us now enjoy a special performance, a medley of Nusantara traditional dances performed by students from Madrasah Alia 4 Jakarta. And that's the special performance by Madrasah Aliyah 4 Jakarta to present Indonesia's rich diversity and as well as AICIS Plus 2025 with the diverse topics that will be presented as well during the conference, the 3-day conference starting today. And we would like to also remind you again how the grand theme of this year's AICIS Plus 2025. We have 8 pillars. The first one is eco-theology and environmental sustainability. Also science and technological transformations, Islamic law, social equality and ecofeminism, sustainable economic systems and social welfare, industrialization, innovation, and Islamic economy values in a new era. Decolonializing Islamic studies and peace building and humanitarian crisis. Also, the last but not least, public health in Muslim societies. Islam, eco-theology, and technological transformation, that is the main theme for AICIS Plus 2025. The multidisciplinary innovations, and also for an equitable and sustainable future. Let us once again give a round of applause for AICIS Plus 2025. And now once again, we would like to present the choir Speranza Paduan Suara Perguruan Tinggi Jakarta.
I'm not a stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken hearts. I've learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one will love you as you are. But I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for your glory. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna set afloat, gonna draw my mind. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come, and I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. Oh, This is who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come, and I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I'll make no apologies. This is me. Oh, this is me.
So thank you very much. That's such a very wonderful performance. Once again by Speranza, Paduan Suara Perguruan Tinggi Jakarta. And now, this is the moment that we all have been waiting for. This is the start for AICIS Plus 2025 conference. We will have a special presentation on public health in Muslim societies.
Yes, exactly, Mbak Asia. This is a very special session. Will be delivered by a prominent professor in the field, Professor Mewita Paulina Budi Harsana, and she is going to present a very insightful and engaging presentation.
So for Professor Dr. Mewita Paulina Budi Harsana, MPA, PhD, the stage is yours.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I'd like to thank, the organizer, and I also want to welcome most of the participants of this important conference who have spent time to come here, and I hope you will enjoy Indonesia, Depok especially, while you are here. I'll begin with the title of my presentation is Public Health and Well-Being, an examination of ethical frameworks in Muslim societies in relation to universal framework. Slide. Yeah. Well, while waiting for our slides, I'll just start with, public health in Indonesia began in 1951 when the Bandung Plan meeting was held, and it gave birth to the development of community health centers, or we call it now Puskesmas, in 1968. It's a national network of community health centers at the sub-district level, focusing on health promotion and disease prevention, family planning, and immunization. The first faculty of public health was established in 1965 by a professor from University of Indonesia, Professor Mokhtar. This became the first professional public health training program in Indonesia, which later mentoring 5 other universities across Indonesia between 1985 and 1990. Is there anybody, presenting my slide? It's not something wrong with the slides at all. Well, let's continue. The health decentralization policy in Indonesia began in the beginning of year 2000. And in 2014, the Indonesian National Health Insurance Program began also to improve health equity in the country. Public health in Indonesia currently have to face triple burden of diseases. First, the communicable diseases, which remain to be endemic in this country. Second, non-communicable diseases like heart disease, stunting, diabetes mellitus, hypertension, depression are dominant as leading causes of death and disability. So the country has to suffer a lot, in terms of cost, because this is a not only double burden, but also triple burden. We are still not finished with communicable diseases, and at the same time, facing non-communicable diseases, mental health issues, and malnutrition issues. So, can I ask for the slides number 4? Slides number 4, please. Number 4? Okay, yeah. Finally, thank you. Yeah. So, in this slide, you can see that, the impact of health loss, fatal and non-fatal, because of these triple burden diseases are quite big. For the 280 million people, we are, facing lots of disability-adjusted life years because of communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, and injuries. We have lots of injuries, including because of the traffic, accidental injuries, sports, and violence. So there are some violence cases here, not very well documented, but that also contributes to the deaths or near deaths of people here. That's what we call premature deaths and disability. As you know, when people are experiencing premature deaths, then our asset is depleted because we invested a lot on young people, and before they can produce, they face deaths. Public health is a discipline that, unlike medicine, like bridging the health issues with other issues. That's why I'm standing here as a public health person because of that. So I'm also expecting that University Islam International Indonesia will be able to open another faculty of public health in this campus. Next. Here, public health is always related to prevention of diseases and health promotion. The basic principles is actually respecting individual rights to live, especially women, because we have a high mortality of mothers. That's the first, like international indicator in public health. How good, how well a country is doing is by looking at the status of women's health. And our women's health is not so good. Yeah, I have to admit that. So we have done disease prevention and health promotion for 70 years almost. We are stuck. Yeah, we don't make too much progress anymore. So the new thing in public health is called health literacy. Just as in Islam, I remember 20, 30 years ago, I used to attend discussion called halaqah, with a small group of women discussing things. That's what health literacy is. That's a new concept in public health that we want to try. Using the public, using the women themselves, using you from Universitas Islam International, like students or leaders, to also promote public health as a health literacy, like effort, in the form of campaign, in the form of having discussion, or in the form of literature or curricula. The concept, next one, please. Next slide, yeah. This is the concept. If you look at the light colored circle, that's where health literacy is. That's where you see the process. It's no longer a public health person speaking in front of you like this, but it's more like a small discussion across multidisciplinary of fields. So you see that, health literacy is a process that's dynamic. It's not static, because as you see in the process, you start with access to information on health and medical. Access have to increase not only as access, but in terms of the level of understanding. How many women in Indonesia understand what's the meaning of being pregnant and having the risk of complication? That's one example. So after understanding, the person has to be able to appreciate or appraise, basically, whether I do understand, I do know the term, I understand what I have to do, I do open my voice, look and seek for treatment or not. Don't forget, there are some traditional beliefs that a woman cannot get out of the house without the permission of the husband, including when she's sick. So it's important to change this mindset in terms of appreciating the life of a woman. So when health literacy is a process, it's also easier to measure whether health promotion and disease prevention is absorbed, is understood by the people. So I hope this will affect, on the right side, you see the health outcome. The final outcome will be bringing people in Indonesia to have a better health status, especially the women. Now, looking at, next slide please, my task to compare public health universal ethics and Islamic Muslim public health ethics. Well, I have 4 pages of presentation in this, but basically, although there is a potential of conflict, but in general, there are lots of similarities. Action for universal framework, action benefit the entire population. And having justice and equity is the major proposed principle. But the most, difference between universal and Muslim is that the universal framework respect individual autonomy, which is in Muslim, it's more individual and communal. So it's a combined, individual and community responsibility. But both said that we respect human life. We promote hygiene, healthy lifestyle, but of course in Muslim society, the ethic is based on the Quran and the Hadith, and ensuring services adhere to the Sharia law. A holistic view of health, spiritual, mental well-being, and physical health is basically the same with universal public health frameworks. Next. We also see that, public health emphasizes the collective good, balancing individual rights and the needs of the community also in the universal framework, which is maybe not as explicit as in the Muslim society ethical framework, but it's quite explicit also that public health universalists also respect both personal autonomy and the needs of community. Next slide. So basically, even in the Muslim society framework, we say that, there is one clause as one principle, the right to consent, the right for informed consent. This means everybody who visits facilities, either it's a hospital or a puskesmas or anything, has the right to ask to access information, the right information, and learn whether I do understand, can I act on it with my understanding? So that's something that actually both universal ethical framework and the Muslim society framework has to fight for, has to enhance and having a better level of understanding. Services should be proportional to the risk they address and use the least restrictive means necessary. We now have what we call the Jaminan Kesehatan Nasional, or the national health, social security, which actually eliminate the inequity across different socioeconomic class in Indonesia. So next, please. Both sides, the Muslim society and also the universal, public health ethical framework, recognize the importance of social determinants of health. I will show you that the next slide is basically, I check on the next slide, please. I check on the determinants of health in the Eastern Mediterranean. As you know, the next slide, please. The next is this one, This slide show you that the Eastern Mediterranean countries are Cyprus, Greek, Turkey, Lebanon, Syria, Israel, Jordan, Palestine, Egypt, Saudi Arabia. Look here, the components also show that health equity is one very important component here. And in addition to conflict, because most of the areas are facing the conflict right now, they are putting almost the same principles like universal public health framework. So, next, please. What I want to evoke or call for your attention is this one. This is a new case in 2004, after the new millennium, basically. A woman of 29-year-old was brought to an emergency room in Baltimore, United States. She was having abdominal pain or pain in her tummy and fever, and the medical personnel who were in charge, examined her and said that, we must do some exploratory laparotomy. Exploratory laparotomy means open her abdomen, open it up and seek or search for something. This is a medical term, but for the patient, the woman doesn't understand this. And so she refused to have that. She refused to give consent to that. And finally, basically, not long after that, she died because she refused any surgical procedure. And it's only appendicitis. A very simple diagnosis, appendicitis. But she was not informed that it was appendicitis. She was informed that there is something, inside your abdomen, and we have to open it up. So see, these things can happen in Indonesia also, or in other developing countries. When you don't know, you just don't know. When you don't understand, you just don't understand. So this means the new public health direction is going to open up and invite other disciplines, including Islam teaching. Islamic teaching is one, for Indonesia, a source of education. We have 87% of the total population are Islam followers. So somebody in this campus or in this environment in this country should do something, developing something. I was talking to one of the women leader here and asking, what about the gender? Pusat gender, or Pusat leadership in women here. A Center for Women's Leadership here. They can be a partner of the public health direction in the future, because we can have small Holocausts, but many all over across the country, and participate in this health literacy. Health literacy is basically a prescription to end confusion. It will be accelerating, it will be a good tool to accelerate disease prevention and health promotion. And at the end, will build a better health status for people in Indonesia. I hope you from other countries also can have this transformation. I will close my presentation asking for your support, and also you can share to your institution back home that, we in Jakarta, we in Indonesia is basically trying to change the new direction in the future by, promoting this health literacy. everybody can participate. Other disciplines can participate. And everybody should be responsible also in saving, like women in their family, in saving any family members in the household by participating in promoting health literacy. It's not that difficult. We can do it, and it's just, like invoking leadership within each of you. Thank you for your attention, and congratulations to all of you who will follow this 3-day conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Professor Dr. Mewita Paulina Budi Harsana, MBA, PhD. And now for the keynote speaker, Professor Farish A. Nur. Please welcome on stage to give the presentation.
I cannot see. Sudah. Image-nya udah.
Datanya udah masuk ya?
Ya.
Udah dikirim? Ya. Oke, Bapaknya ada ini nggak? Ada slide-nya nggak? Udah ada masuk materi?
Ya?
Pak, cuman gambar aja, nggak ada masuk materi ya?
Iya,
Siap.
gambar, udah. Your Excellencies, Pak Rector, Deans, colleagues and friends, thank you very much for inviting me to take part in this event and to invite me to give this keynote that opens the conference. When I was asked to give this keynote, I warned the organizers that you're inviting a political historian who may or may not be the best person to raise certain questions. But since we are all adults here, I beg your indulgence because I feel that I need to be very candid and honest and frank about what I wish to say. I'd like to talk about the genealogy of Islamic studies itself. And when asked for a title for this talk, the title I proposed to them is Whether Islamic Studies Can Islamic Studies Exceed the Limits that have been imposed on it? Can I ask, Stephen, if the image is up? Yes, is up? All right, good. You'll see before you a famous painting that I think many of you are familiar with. This is by Fausto Zonaro. It's a painting of Mehmed II entering the gates of Constantinople. I'm going to return to this painting again and again, and I want you to focus on it for a while. It's an arresting image, and it's meant to be arresting. It's a forceful image. And it's a painting that was produced in the 19th century, and remember, the event that Zonaro is capturing here had already occurred hundreds of years, centuries before that. So there's been a wide historical gap between the actual conquest of Constantinople and the depiction of it years later. Over hundreds of years, layers and layers and layers of meaning have been added to it, making it a very complex image. But it is an image that is arresting, and that is really what I want to talk about. Why Islamic studies? I see my friend Yanwa here from the Faculty of Islamic Studies. Yanwa, obat udah makan ya? Ya, sudah ready. And I want to ask questions that I think are very important for all of us, scholars, and particularly those of us who are in the field of Islamic studies, myself included. I'm a political historian, but I write about the history of Islamic political movements here in Asia, Southeast Asia in particular. Why Islamic studies, and how did Islamic studies begin? Now, let us be clear about one thing. There is an enormous difference between Muslims studying Islam and Islam being studied. If we were to survey the historical landscape of the disciplines that we are familiar with in our universities, and Islamic studies is one of them. Remember, Islamic studies per se is not a discipline. It is a field where different disciplinary tools are brought to bear upon the subject: sociology, history, political economy, anthropology, and what have you. Now, if we were to look at the evolution of Islamic studies as we understand it today, as Islamic studies is taught in many universities in the north and in the south, then we can come to one simple conclusion. The way in which present-day Islamic studies is understood and how it's developed points to, whether we like it or not, its entanglement with the West. Islamic studies did not start in China, did not start in Africa, did not start in Latin America, did not start in India. It started in the West. And there are reasons for this. There are reasons for this because of the long historical entanglement between Western Europe and its closest and oldest civilizational neighbor, which happens to be the Muslim world. But then from the outset, the study of Islam and the study of Muslims is one that is predicated upon a kind of dialectic, where Muslims and Islam plays a very specific function, role in the logic of identity building in the West. That is, Islam is the constitutive other to the West. And for this reason alone, we cannot think of Islamic studies, especially when it first began, we cannot think of Islamic studies as a field that is somehow apolitical and ahistorical. It has always been historical, it has always been political. The need to study Islam, the need to study Asia, Africa, stems from a 17th, 18th, 19th century preoccupation of coming to know the rest of the world as the West engages with the rest of the world. That necessarily locates the origins of Islamic studies in the West. And this is something that those of us who are in Islamic studies today, particularly those of us in the South, must be aware of. We cannot be blind to this. We cannot afford to be blind to this. So let's talk about what Islam is as far as Islamic studies is concerned. The fact that I use a particular pronoun, is already telling. My concern as a political historian that focuses mainly on 19th century colonial Southeast Asia is how epistemology, data gathering, and knowledge production have always been, whether we like it or not, inevitably, invariably implicated in the workings of power. As the West came to know Africa, as the West came to know Asia, as the West came to know the Muslim world, these regions were also constructed as things. They became objects. The objectification of Islam, the objectification of the Muslim world, renders the Muslim world a singularity. And those of us who are here in Southeast Asia should be fully aware of this. As I said earlier, my background is in colonial history, history of Southeast Asia in the 19th century. Many of us, particularly here in Java, should be familiar with this. There's a text that I think some of you might be familiar with, the famous book, The History of Java, written by Stanford Raffles. And this was a book that was the result of the accumulation of data over 6 years. 6 years. During the British occupation of Java between 1811 to 1816. The end result is a 2-volume work, The History of Java, published in 1817. Now, of course, you can approach this text from the lens of Asian studies or Southeast Asian studies or Indonesian studies and see this as one of the first early studies of Java and Javanese society and culture. But let me push you a bit further. You can also see this as one of the first instances of the study of Islam in Java and the study of Javanese Muslims, because that's what it is. Raffles, writing in the 19th century as a colonial administrator, needed to understand the nature of Islam among Javanese Muslims. And what do we get from this text? If you were to read closely, and most people talk about the history of Java without reading the history of Java. I know it's a big book, but it's important. It's an important text, especially for Indonesians. If you were to read this text closely, you may be surprised to find that Raffles was very much preoccupied with the question of Islam. because this was one of the first attempts to understand Islam in Southeast Asia. And what Islam do we get? What is the Islam that we find in Raffles' History of Java? For a start, it's a monolithic Islam. It's a singular Islam. But it is also an Islam that Raffles diagnoses as the root cause of the historical degeneration of Javanese society. Simply put, why are Javanese backward? It's because they became Muslims. And this was one of the first studies of Islam. Yeah? And it's important for us who are in the domain of Islamic studies, many of us here, either directly or indirectly, who are in the domain of Islamic studies, to really question, the tools that we use in our own academic work and analysis. And I think this is incumbent upon all academics and scholars. I see a lot of my students up there. I hope that you'll be aware of the fact that the very tools that we use today that are reproduced in the post-colonial university, these are the same tools that at one point, 100 years ago, were used to understand societies and communities in Asia and Africa in order to colonize them. You cannot disentangle the history of political science from colonialism. You cannot disentangle the history of sociology and anthropology from colonialism. And you cannot disentangle the history of Islamic studies from colonialism. Because Islamic studies was precisely the tool used to understand Muslim societies in order to better govern and eventually colonize them too. So back to the image we see. Fausto Zonaro's painting of Mehmed II entering the gates of Constantinople. The image is arresting, but the image conveys already some of the themes that I'm talking about. It's a 19th century image of an event that took place several centuries before that. By this point, there is already a particular understanding of Islam and Muslim societies being developed, and the image that we see is monolithic. It is aggressive. This is an image of power. But it is also, one of the themes of the painting is also change, because it marks an important historical change when Byzantium was taken over by the Ottoman Empire. So what do these images, what do these narratives, what do these texts, what does Zonaro's painting and what does Raffles' book, The History of Java, give us? Yeah. Over time, they developed an understanding that there was a thing called Islam, and there is a community called Muslims. Now here, since we are at the beginning of a conference that brings together all the disciplines of social sciences, let's look at the state of social sciences today. And if we were to look at the state of social sciences today, you'll find that there have been so many advancements in the way in which other disciplines, from sociology, anthropology, cultural studies, media studies, literature, what have you, that point to advancements in the way that we understand the meaning of the human, of humanity itself. In the domain of social sciences, the cutting-edge theories of today point to an understanding of humanity that has gone beyond human itself. It's post-humanism that we're talking about, transhumanism, meta-humanism. And all these debates, from Donna Caraway's cyborg theory, looking at humanity enmeshed with technology, to the critical studies of media, optics, visuals of empire, and what have you, that complicate and complexify our understanding of what human beings are and human beings' entanglement with each other, with the environment, with economy, with politics. All of these developments point us to a new, more complex, more nuanced, more deep and plural understanding of humanity itself, except for one: Muslims. Muslims remain confined in the domain of Islamic studies. And the Muslim remains fixed, arrested, like the image. The power of arrest, which in philosophy we call epistemic arrest, this power, this ability to arrest, freeze, to totemize and totalize identities, is something that we in the domain of Islamic studies must be very sensitive to. So what are we doing today? Fast forward to the present. Where is the Muslim world? Where are Muslims? Don't point to a map, it's not a geographical question, yeah? But in the global frame of things, Islam and the Muslim world is the South. We are the South. An overwhelming majority of Muslims live in the developing world. That's our reality. We don't live in New York. Even though some of us might actually work in New York, Muslims do not live in New York, and Muslims are not placed in New York. We are still seen and cast as the constitutive other, and that in fact is our reality. What is the reality of the Muslim world today? It is the reality of the South fighting for or to regain some degree of autonomy and sovereignty in the face of overwhelming odds. These are our realities, and Islamic studies has to capture these realities. It has to capture these realities. Why is it that in the domain of Islamic studies, many of us, post-colonial historians, post-colonial scholars, all of us here, you, me, we are all post-colonial scholars. Why is it that across the post-colonial Muslim world, even though there have been many brave attempts, but by and large, we have not made significant advancements in answering the question that is being addressed by social sciences today? What is it to be human? What is the human being? Why is it that when we look at how Islamic studies has evolved over the past few decades, Islamic studies has been so often instrumentalized, and we know by whom? Yeah? Those of you who are in the domain of Islamic studies will undoubtedly be aware of the fact that the shifting contours and parameters of research have been determined not by Muslim societies, but by other external geographical factors, geopolitical factors that are beyond the control of Muslim societies. Post 9/11, Islamic studies became a security concern. And if we were to read so much of the stuff that has been produced post 9/11 on Islam and Muslim societies, we can see very clearly, the reworking of the same tropes, the same themes, the same modalities, data collecting, information gathering, identity building, and all with the intention of instrumentalizing this data to serve ends that are not necessarily academic, but more often than not political and security related. Islam has been pathologized. It has become problematized. Back to Zonaro. Some of you will recall that not too long ago, just a few years ago, perhaps a decade ago, there was a kind of mad fandom around Ibn Taymiyyah. Suddenly everybody wanted to read Ibn Taymiyyah. Why? Because the Western media told us that Ibn Taymiyyah was the father of Osama bin Laden. So suddenly there's this renewed interest. Everybody wants to be an expert on Ibn Taymiyyah. Why? To answer a problem. Why are Muslims radical? And it is shameful for us to admit the fact that many scholars in the Muslim world also took part in this. And this, again, like I said, points to our own subject positioning, that we as Muslim scholars and Muslim educational institutions are southern. We are part of the developing world, and we do not control this narrative until now. Like I said earlier, if you look at the wider field of the humanities as a whole, the very notion of humanity itself has been transcended. We talk about post-humanism, transhumanism. Why is it that so few Muslim scholars have taken on board some of these ideas and concepts and utilized it themselves to complexify precisely this attempt to arrest Islam and to arrest Muslims, to deepen, complexify our understanding of who and what we are and what being a Muslim is? Has Islamic studies answered the question, what is it to be human? Well, let's do it now. Let's play with this idea. Let's play a bit, yeah? We already had some dancing, so now let's play a bit. Let's toy with this idea of post-humanism and transhumanism. Let me suggest an alternative. I would argue that since everyone is so interested in cool ideas, trendy ideas now, like post-humanism, transhumanism, well, perhaps Muslims are the only truly transhumanists and post-humanists today. Because if you believe the kind of stuff that has been produced by security agencies and security experts, yeah, then we Muslims, we are X-Men. Muslims have enormous powers, extraordinary powers that ordinary people don't have. It seems that Muslims can actually communicate with each other thousands of miles apart, even without using handphones. Because we are part of a hive mind. We have now become subjects of science fiction. When we toy with these ideas, what do? We perform that important interrogation, that interruption of this discourse to challenge these attempts to solidify us, compartmentalize us, box us in, box us in, box us in all the time. And this brings me to this particular conference, which I think is hugely important. It's hugely important because for once I'm thankful that we have the words Islamic studies, environment, and technology coupled together. Many of us here, I think, are veterans of the Islamic Studies conference circuit. We've been to so many of them, yeah? And invariably, many of these conferences, held either in the developed north or the developing south, will always present the Muslim subject as something particular. But that particularity is dangerous because it cuts us off from the realities that we inhabit today. Why is it so important to connect, to couple Islamic studies to things like environment and technology? Because these are our realities now. We are the South. The Muslim world is the South. And it is the South, it is Muslims, it is Asians, it is Africans, it is South Americans who bear the brunt and the biggest burden of both environmental degradation and the disruptions brought about by rapid expansion of technology and the emergence of what Varoufakis calls the new era of techno-feudalism, techno-oligarchs who are ruling the world. Why is it so important to recouple Islam with technology and Islam with environment? Because this is our reality today. If humanity is going to pay the price of the fourth post-industrial revolution, if humanity is going to pay the price of technology replacing human agency, human work, human labor, then that cost will be borne above all by the South, by the third world. And that means by Muslims. By Muslims, yeah. And so even if we want to somehow delude ourselves with the ideas that we are not touched by technology, we are touched by technology. Every Muslim in this room is touched by technology. We bemoan the fact that daily we are fed a steady diet of bad news about Islam. Well, that bad news simply points to the fact that we Muslims are now algorithms. That's what it is. The Muslim world today is an algorithm determined by the workings of big tech. If you wonder why, whenever you turn on your phone and you look at apps and you see nothing but images of Muslim countries in a state of chaos, countries being bombed, Muslims living in destitution and poverty and disempowerment, it's because of algorithms, not even human agency, but algorithms that determine that Muslim suffering is the best kind of morbid death pornography that sells. And we have become then the subjects, the commodified objects, yeah, of this whole virtual universe that we are creating. It is incumbent upon us in the South, in the developing world, to interrupt this debate and to ask serious questions about where technology is taking us, because we in the South, we in the developing world will pay the highest price. As powerful, rich countries move in the direction of further efficiency and economization and what have you, cross-cutting basically means, ending the need to outsource your labor to the South, to the third world, which means us. So we are directly involved. We have been reduced to algorithms. We are the subject of data munching and data crunching, done without our knowledge and sometimes without our consent. And my worry is that for too long in the domain of Islamic studies has neglected technology as if it was a separate concern alien to the actual realities of Muslim societies. It is not. It's at the center of who and what we are today. If you attend many of these conferences on Islamic science and what have you, and I'm very, very sorry to say this, I don't mean to be disparaging here, but I've attended so many conferences on Islamic science or Islamic knowledge or Islamic civilization, and it's always the same. They are always predicated on past glories. We attend conferences about, the thought of Ibn Arabi or Al-Ghazali or what have you, and I have no issues with that per se, but within that there is a kernel of doubt because it posits the idea that yes, quoting Raffles again, yes, you were great once, but no longer. No longer. And the importance of bringing technology back into our discussion on Islamic studies is that it has to again remind us of the fact that we are not alien to it, it impacts on us, and we now need to ask serious questions, including the question of why we in the South have been reduced to the status of passive consumers of technology rather than active producers of it. Now, many of us here are Asians, and I'm sure your parents told you nothing is free in life, yeah? So all these, our dependency on apps, our dependency on social media, our dependency now increasingly on AI and artificial intelligence, ChatGPT and what have you, all point to the fact that we are not at the forefront of producing it. Not only are Muslims not at the forefront, Africans are not at the forefront, South Americans are not at the forefront. The South is not at the forefront of technology. We are the passive recipients of it. And my apologies to those who may be offended by what I am going to say next, but I think we have to also admit that one of the reasons why so many of our attempts and efforts to remedying this situation has not borne any fruit is because of the collusion of our own states, southern governments, southern states that are working hand in glove with the power of big tech, big capital, big pharma to basically open the floodgates of this technology into our societies without us playing an effective part in it. The other theme that pops up in this conference, which I think is also timely, is the issue of environment. Because again, for us in the Muslim world, where is the Muslim world? We're in the South, we're in the developing world. The environment is a very real issue for us. Notwithstanding the fact that some people in Washington say that it's a hoax, the fact is global warming is real. And not only is it real, it bears now human costs that we can see. When pilgrims die when going to the pilgrimage, when Hindu pilgrims die while performing the Kumbh Mela in India, when European pilgrims die as they take the pilgrimage routes that dot the landscape of Spain and France, when Muslims die while going on Hajj, this brings home the very real fact that climate destruction is real. And not only does it bear a human cost for us, it will bear a political cost too. Climate warming and the rising of sea levels basically means that many countries in the Indo-Pacific basin are about to disappear over the next few decades. Just think about that, yeah? No foreign invading army can erase your islands, but climate warming will. This literally means the loss of territory. And who does this affect most? It affects us in the South, particularly Muslim countries, Indonesia, Maldives, Bangladesh, Muslim countries that may soon see parts of their own territory wiped off the map. So whether it's the environment or technology, these issues, I think, have to be at the center of the work that we do in the domain of Islamic studies. So to reiterate my point again, to go back to this image, we cannot escape the fact that when Islamic studies emerged, the emergence of Islamic studies, the development of Islamic studies, was necessarily part of the logic of empire and colonization in the past. We, as post-colonial scholars in the Muslim world, have inherited this. We have inherited tools that are tainted. But does this mean that we throw away the tools or abandon Islamic studies? No, we don't. What we need, therefore, is historical awareness, literacy, historical literacy and understanding that the very same tools that we use today in the understanding of our societies, in the management of our states and societies, our economies, all these tools have histories to them. We are academics, we are scholars in this room. Every academic has to be aware, painfully aware of the historical legacy that she or he inherits when you enter a domain, when you enter a discipline. Can there be room for change? I believe so. I believe so, and I believe actually that this conference marks a significant moment of rupture, of interruption, because, as was mentioned earlier by the minister, it's not an accident that we have decided to couple Islamic studies with environmental studies and technology. This marks an important shift from the older role of Islamic studies merely as a means of data collecting, where many post-colonial Muslim scholars were sadly simply performing the task of the native informer, writing about his society, studying his society, and for whom? For an audience that, unfortunately, in many cases, utilizes this information for other ends other than academic. So I hope that the things that I've said today will perhaps spark a renewed interest, not only in Islamic studies per se, but why we in Islamic studies need to study Islamic studies. We need to study the history of our own field. We need to be aware of the fact that we did not simply walk into an arena that was already clearly demarcated. We cannot take Islamic studies as something that is already fixed and ontologically given, presented to us as a ready-made tool, simply turn on and use. We need to interrogate its foundations, how it started, why it assumed the shape that it has. We need to also be, I think, aware and responsible of our own responsibility, our own agency, in sometimes perpetuating tropes, theories, metaphors that reproduce these instances of arrest and fixity, and constantly use our expertise to remind ourselves, our students, our scholars, our societies, our publics of the fact that Islamic studies can be more than that. I would like to see Islamic studies evolve further, where Islamic studies becomes one of the domains where serious discussions of power, institutions, technology take place, so that we somehow, in a sense, I'm not saying de-Islamize Islamic studies, but rather complexify Islamic studies to the point where Islamic studies becomes the launchpad for many other reconstructive projects in the spirit of decolonization. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm aware that I've delayed your lunch by 10 minutes. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to seeing all of you today.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Faris Ahmad Noor, for your very insightful presentations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have almost reached the end of the first day of AICIS Plus 2025. Before we proceed with next agenda, which is the plenary session by our invited speakers, let us take the moment to have a break until 1 p.m. The participants may proceed to the procession hall at the third floor east wing of the Rectorate building for the lunch, while the VVIP and VIP's guests to the fifth floor of the east wing of the Rectorate building.
And we remind all participants to return immediately to the lecture hall here after the break for the first plenary session. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll be seeing you again soon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
نرحب بكم مجددا في اليوم الأول من فعالياتنا الميمونة المؤتمر الدوري السنوي حول الإسلام والعلم والمجتمع AICIS Plus لعام 2025. نأمل أن تكونوا قد استعدتم نشاطكم لمواصلة مشاركتكم في هذا المؤتمر.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the forum. But before we begin our first plenary session, we would like to humbly thank our sponsors for this year's AICIS Plus 2025. Ruijin Network, Huawei, Sentra Medica Hospital, Bank Mandiri, BNI, and Telkom Indonesia. And now we will have a plenary session on decolonial perspectives, Islamic law and eco-theology for peace building and environmental sustainability. And there will be a very interesting talk and dialogue in this session. And we hope from all the participants here, we will have a Q&A session later on, and there will be some surprises from our sponsor as well. And this session will be moderated by Muhammad Al-Marakebi, PhD. And so for the moderator, please welcome on stage.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. First of all, on behalf of the organizing committee, it's my pleasure to welcome our honorable guests, esteemed colleagues and dear students to this plenary session. My name is Muhammad Al-Marakibi and I will serve as the moderator for this very interesting session. And it's our pleasure and honor to host a very good number of esteemed and actually pioneering scholars in their fields. In this session, we have Professor Ika Srimolayani and Dr. Muhammad Ahmad Al-Jahsh and Dr. Arya Nakisa, Professor Ayman Shehada, and Dr. Stephen Lacroix. I would like to ask you to take the stage to join me in this plenary session. So it's our pleasure and honor to host these distinguished scholars who actually came from a very different area of expertise, and also it's a very multinational panel. In this panel we have people from probably four continents. We have from Asia, Africa, Europe and America, so it's a very multinational panel actually, and yeah, and actually We have also people from a very different and diverse area of expertise, and I hope this will foster a very interesting and fruitful interdisciplinary discussion and dialogue. So without further ado, please, I will begin introducing our first speaker, Professor Ika. Professor Ika is a full professor and head of postgraduate studies at Raneri University, Aceh, Indonesia. She received her PhD from Australia, and she's considered one of the youngest full professor to be promoted to be a full professor here in Indonesia. And her work concerns on the women rule and leadership in Indonesia. So please join me welcoming Professor Ika. So Professor, the time is yours.
Okay.
We maximum 15 minutes, and then we'll move to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marakebi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope that this is going to be an interesting session for all of us, because this is critical moment after eating a lot of wonderful food. Yeah, I hope we still can stay awake for this very interesting session. So my presentation is about women's ecological agency, challenges and opportunities of Islamic ecofeminist movement in Aceh. So, yeah, actually this is my new academic encounters. In my previous research are mostly dealing with the issue of agency, leadership roles of women, but this one ecofeminist movement or ecofeminist agency. So when we are talking about the global context of this topic, we know that the environmental degradation and gender inequality represent two of the most pressing global challenges. These crises are deeply interconnected, affecting communities globally with serious impact on marginalized groups, including women, children, and other vulnerable groups as well. So why Aceh? Yeah? Aceh has a unique position. Aceh presents several intersections of being a post-conflict area in Indonesia, a community with strong Islamic identity, and rich ecological resources as well. So within this context, I observe women navigate overlapping identities as community member, a group with potential of being environmental guardian, which create both tension and opportunity for the ecological agency, especially within current economy and investment issues. For instance, yeah, in one of the workshops that I observed, one woman said, we do not resist investment, we do not resist economic growth, but please do not disturb our ruang hidup. They said ruang hidup, so I try to translate, maybe natural space, something like that. Kami tidak menolak investasi, tapi jangan ganggu ruang hidup kami. Yeah, that is what they said in one of the workshops that I observed. So this study connects feminist and ecological discourse through ecofeminism, which relate care for the environment with the collective agency and spirituality. Let's come to the theoretical foundation. First of all, ecofeminism, which connect patriarchy, ecological exploitation, and women's knowledge system. And the second, Islamic ecofeminism reclaim Islamic teaching toward gender justice and ecological stewardship. And then agency theory tried to understand how women navigate structure, constraint, and possibilities for action. And the last one, the intersection theory, in which feminism, ecology, and Islam is considered as a multidimensional analysis of women's ecological power and resilience. So I would like to bring you into the context. Next, please. In one beautiful afternoon, I met a women activist who are working in the environmental issues. Next, please. She said to me, we don't use ecofeminist as a term with women's group in general. So they have maybe more than hundreds women. They train more than 100 women and try to bring them all of them, including their organization, in a network. They called Forum Paralegal Peduli Lingkungan. I'll come to that issue later. So she said, we don't use ecofeminist as a term, women's group in general, but to be honest, what they are doing are indeed ecofeminist legacy and agency. So one of the resource person, one of the speaker in the workshop, so you can see in the picture, it's called Temu and Konsolidasi Perempuan Paralegal Lingkungan Hidup Aceh, Voice of Women in Grassroots. It was really a voice of women from the grassroots. One of the resource person or speakers at that workshop told me, actually she used ecofeminist advocacy. And she said, actually, for those 52 participants of women paralegals across Aceh, it was okay for them. They are quite familiar with the term of ecofeminist. But in general, it's not always easy to, to be familiar with sort of foreign term like ecofeminist. But what they are doing actually ecofeminist agency. So she said that actually there is no objection in the tradition. I'm sure this is not only applicable for Aceh, but also for the rest of Indonesia and beyond, that women are referred to ahli ramuan, herbalists, traditional herbalists. As a traditional herbalist, they are quite familiar with varieties of plantations, and they are very close to the forest. And historically also, women, so this is in one area at the central part of Aceh, Aceh Tengah, it is called Empu Utan, the guardian of the forest. Penjaga hutan, there is also a group of women referred as women's rangers who protect the forest, especially those looser area. So it was very interesting story that I heard from one of women activists. She said, I was requested to mediate the appeal of women's group in Butong. Actually, Butong, I don't know whether you know the case of Tengku Bantakiyah, and also you know the Gio and the gold mining, many illegal gold mining around this area. So the women there are quite strong. So when there is a company who would like to do the gold mining in the area, women's group resisted. It was a strong demonstration among women's group. So one of women activists was requested, I would like to mediate, because there is almost no one, no man, no one can try to reconcile the issue. She is a lecturer and also a women activist themselves. So this women's group called PBB, it is not Pusat Perserikatan Bangsa-Bangsa, not United Nations. It's Perempuan Butong Bersatu. So we'll see. Next. Before I come to that Perempuan Butong Bersatu movement, let me introduce you to a very important organization, civil society organization working in Aceh. It's called HAKA. HAKA is an acronym for Hutan Alam and Lingkungan Aceh, meaning Forest, Nature and Environment of Aceh. It is a civil society organization based in Banda Aceh. It was established to promote the protection, restoration and sustainable management of Aceh's rich natural resources, particularly its forests, rivers and wildlife. HAKA works to ensure that the people of Aceh can benefit from the natural environment in a sustainable and equitable way. The organization focuses on environmental advocacy, community empowerment, biodiversity conservation, and good governance in natural resource management. And what are interesting with this HAKA, if you would like to see more about their activities, you can visit their Instagram. What is interesting when we are talking about Islamic ecofeminism is they train the ulama perempuan or Tengku Inang to really care about the environmental issues. So in the news you can see the Aceh ulama perempuan diberdayakan untuk melestarikan lingkungan. Women are active actors in ecological advocacy. For the case of this HAKA, they established Forum Paralegal Perempuan Peduli Lingkungan. There is almost no such men's organization or forum or movement that are working in these environmental protection issues. Next. This is about Perempuan Butong Bersatu that I mentioned earlier. HAKA established some other sub-organization. And one of these is Perempuan Butong Bersatu. It is a grassroots women movement in Aceh supported by HAKA that unites culture, gender, and environmental advocacy. Their work highlights women's ecological agency, showing that women are not only caretakers of tradition, but also guardian of nature and community well-being. So this is the rumah. The rumah is a traditional house that represent the symbol of recognition for local wisdom of those women's leadership. Next, only 15 minutes. Yeah? Okay, 4 minutes left. And this is something what is interesting. I think when we are talking about Islamic ecofeminism, the Tengku Ina or women ulama in Aceh, they have prepared or they wrote a module. Yeah, so the Tengku Ina has successfully wrote a module for wildlife protection. So can you go please to the next slide? Ya, this is a modul pengenalan perlindungan satwa liar dalam perspektif syariat Islam dan kearifan lokal masyarakat Aceh. If you see all the authors are women, those called women ulama or in local Acehnese term Tengku Inang, ya. Rahimun, Hanisah, Zaliha, Erma Suryani, all of them has majelis taklim. So they are doing ecological da'wah through the majelis taklim. The editor is also woman. And the reviewer among them are men. Professor Yusni Sabi, former rector of UIN Araniri, and also Dr. Sulaiman Tripa, a very productive author in Aceh, and another scholar from Syahkola University, Dr. Teku Mutakin. But the rest are all women who provided knowledge about wildlife protection from Islamic perspective. Next. So this is what we call as agency or Islamic agency, in which women exercise ecological agency within Islamic frameworks and community structure. But at the same time, there is also structural barriers. There are specific challenges, institutional, cultural, and spiritual constraint women's ecological movement and participation. So for instance, one of the women in that forum said that I went almost to every office, to the governor's office, to the parliament to talk about these ecological issues that matter us a lot. But sometimes it does not always work. It's like in Bahasa we call di bola-bola. You know, if I come to this office, they say, please go to another office and talk to this. And I come to that office, they said, go to another office, something like that. So they have structural barriers. It's not easy to have women grassroots voice to be elevated to the policy making. And then emancipatory potential. So they consolidate groups of paralegal, women ulama, and public in general. So I myself, to be honest, when I said about Perempuan Betong Bersatu, actually it was from my hometown. I know a little about the agency. But now when I try to search on the internet about ecofeminism, it appeared the women activism in India and Aceh, and one of the cases are from that Betong area. So it means that they have emancipatory potential actually, but it is not recognized properly. Next. So when we are talking about the Islamic values, Islamic teaching and doctrine actually shape women's ecological participation, knowledge production, and decision-making authority. This is what I would like to say is ecological da'wah. And this happened through pesantren or majelis ta'lim. As I mentioned earlier, some of authors of those modules are those women, those female ulama, who are having majelis ta'lim. And second, social and political challenges. There are structural, social, and political obstacles that limit women environmental agency, especially in post-conflict Aceh. So one of women said, satu kali saya bergerak, 1,000 orang jadi musuh saya. So when I try to act, 1,000 will be my enemies. She really recognized this is not an easy task to do it. And the pathway, empowerment pathways through Islamic ecofeminism as a framework for sustainable, culturally grounded environmental movement. So women and vulnerable groups are the most impacted when we are talking about ecofeminism. But to be honest, yang paling potensial berlaku adil, those who are really has potential capacity to be just are also women. To be just and to care are also women. Okay. 2 more minutes. Next. So maybe all of those ideas, if we put in a formula, will be like this. Women's ecological agency, there are motivation derived from Islamic teaching and values, and then environmental consciousness, local ecosystem knowledge and production, networking and leadership, CSO, religious and community network, including pesantren, including majelis taklim, and all of this will result in sustainable movement of gendered environmental agency in Aceh. Next. So this last slide. So patriarchal structure limited decision-making, voice, agency, and advocacy in regards with women's ecological leadership and initiative. Agency here means the ability to act. Maybe if you read Sabah Mahmud, it's called capacity for action. Make a decision or affect change. The term ecological agency refers to the capacity or active role to influence, respond to, and shape their relationship with the natural environment. In the context of communities like Aceh, women ecological agency are also shaped by Islamic values, communal network, as well as social commitment that can result in their environmental action. So in my observation, almost all of those activities they are doing with those women paralegal, ulama, they always include a session talking about environment from Islamic or religious perspective. So this is the way how they try to develop what I would like to say as Islamic ecofeminism or ecological agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ika, for this very interesting topic and sharing experience about Aceh regarding the relationship between feminism, ecology, and Islam. And they always used to say that the issue of ecology, the issue of any injustice in the world is intersectional. But it's very interesting to see how the activism and the emancipatory efforts are also intersectional. Thank you very much, Professor Ika. So moving to our next speaker, Dr. Muhammad Ahmed Ibrahim Al-Jahsh, who has just arrived from United Arab Emirates. Dr. Ahmed is Associate Professor at Al-Qasimiyya University in Emirates, and he is the head of the Islamic Studies program there. He received his PhD from Al-Azhar University, originally Egyptian, so a fellow Egyptian in the panel. And he had a wide experience of teaching in Saudi Arabia universities and United States of America. So please join me welcoming Professor Ahmed. Thank you very much, Professor, for joining us. So the time is yours, Professor. Bismillah.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على خير خلق الله سيدنا محمد الأمين وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. Distinguished colleagues, esteemed scholars, respected guests and fellow guardians and of the planet future. Let me begin with a question that keeps me awake all nights. When future generation open up the books of history, what will they read about us? Will they read that we were the generation that understood the divine command? Don't spread corruption. ولا تفسدوا في الأرض بعد إصلاحها. Yet failed or act. Will they read that we were the generation that finally bridged the gap between sacred wisdom and sustainable action? Today, I stand here before you, not just as a researcher, but as a witness to an extraordinary transformation happening in the Arabian desert, where ancient Islamic principles are powering ultra-modern sustainable cities, where the wisdom of our Prophet ﷺ guides cutting-edge environmental policies, and where the concept of Khilafah, our divine trusteeship is being redefined for the 21st century. My name is Muhammad Ahmed Ibrahim, and I have the privilege of serving at Al-Qasimiyya University in Sharjah, an institution founded by His Highness Sheikh Dr. Sultan ibn Muhammad Al-Qasimi, with a vision to bridge classical Islamic scholarship with contemporary global challenges. For the past couple of years, I have been investigating a fundamental question. How can Islamic jurisprudence, fiqh, and the higher objectives of Islamic law, maqasid al-sharia, provide not just moral guidance, but practical, measurable solutions to our environmental crisis? Ladies and gentlemen, we gather as a critical juncture in human history. The latest IPCC report tells us we have less than a decade to prevent a reversible climate catastrophe. Every year, 7 million people die from air pollution. By 2050, climate change could displace 1 and 200 billion people. They are not just statistics. These are our brothers and sisters, our children and grandchildren. And here is what I have discovered. Islamic law has been warning us about this for 1400 years ago. Let me take you back to the 7th century in the harsh desert environment of Arabia, where every drop of water was precious, where every tree was a lifeline. The Quran introduced revolutionary environmental concepts that modern science is only now fully appreciating. Consider the principle of mizan, cosmic balance. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah Al-Rahman, the verse which we heard this morning, and the sky He has raised, وَالسَّمَاءَ رَفَعَهَا, and He has set the balance, وَوَضَعَ الْمِيزَانَ أَلَّا تَطَغَوْا فِي الْمِيزَانِ, and that you may not transgress in balance. 14 centuries ago, we were taught about ecological equilibrium, what scientists today call planetary boundaries. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam established what I call the world's first environmental protection protocol. Listen to this hadith and think about the implication. I'm going to read the translation in English. Even if the day of judgment were to come tomorrow, and one of you has a bomb seeding in his hand, if he is able to plant it before the hour arrives, let him plant it. Subhanallah, even facing the end of time itself, we are commanded to plant trees. This is not just about trees. This is about hope, about responsibility that transcends our morality, about actions whose benefits we may never see. Now, let me share with you the breakthrough in my research. When we apply maqasid al-sharia, the higher objectives of Islamic sharia, to environmental protection, something remarkable emerges. The 5 necessities: preservation of religion, life, intellect, progeny, and wealth, all require environmental protection. Let me demonstrate. حفظ النفس, for example, preserving life. The WOS, the WHO, the World Health Organization, reports that 90% of the world's population breathes polluted air. In Islamic law, anything that threatens life on this scale triggers a collective obligation, fard kifaya. This means environmental protection is not optional charity. It is a religious duty like prayer and fasting. حفظ النسل, preserving progeny. When we destroy the environment, we're not just harming ourselves, we're stealing from our children. In Islamic law, this is a form of zulm, oppression. Every plastic bottle in the ocean, every ton of CO2 in the atmosphere is a debt we're forcing our grandchildren to pay. How many of you have children and grandchildren? Can you raise your hands if you're awake? How many of you, mashallah? Mashallah. That means the people who don't, or didn't raise their hands, you don't have kids yet? Mashallah. So, inshallah, you will have soon. The people actually who raise their hands, actually, they are raising it, hardly. Every raised hand represents a sacred trust. The Prophet ﷺ said, each of you is a shepherd, and each is responsible for their flock. Now let me take you to a journey of the Arabian Gulf, where something extraordinary is happening since 2008. While the world was facing a financial crisis, the United Arab Emirates invested 20 billion to build a city that's called Masdar City. They can move, yeah. Not just another urban development, but a living laboratory of Islamic environmental principles. Masdar City is like source, M-A-S-A-D-E-R. Here are the results of 15 years. Energy consumption reduced by 40%. Water usage decreased by 54%. Carbon emissions cut by 50%. Waste diverted from landfills, 87%. Renewable energy, 100% by 2025, which is the year that we are now. There are no projections or hopes. There are measured, verified achievements. I remember one day, actually, passing by this city, it was 46 degrees Celsius outside, but in the shaded walkways, followed the urban design principles from traditional Islamic cities. It felt 15 degrees cooler. An elderly Emirati man sitting beside this said, "This is how my grandfather's house felt." That's when it hit me. We don't need to choose between tradition and innovation. We need to unite them. So, what do we do? Let me propose 5 concrete actions. First, integration in education. And every Islamic university must include environmental studies in its curriculum. Second, the fatwa development. We need our scholars to issue clear, practical fatwas on environmental issues. Is wasting water haram? What about excessive consumption? Single-use plastics. We need religious charity on modern challenges. Third, institutional framework. We need environmental councils that bring together scholars, scientists, and policy makers. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation should establish binding environmental protocols based on the Islamic principles. Fourth, the financial innovation. Every Muslim country should develop green sukuk markets. Every waqf should allocate funds for environmental consumption or conservation. Every zakah institution should also consider climate adaptation as poverty alleviation. Fifth, the individual action. Each of us must become an environmental khalifa. The Prophet ﷺ said, the earth is green and beautiful, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has appointed you as his khalifa. Distinguished colleagues, we stand as at a crossroads. In one direction lies continued environmental degradation, climate chaos, and the betrayal of our sacred trust. In the other lies a future where Islamic wisdom guides sustainable development, where our cities reflect both technological advancement and spiritual values, where we fulfill our role as the earth's guardians. If a Muslim plants a tree, let's actually think of this and actually put it in front of our eyes. If a Muslim plants a tree or sows seed, and then a bird or a person or an animal eats from it, it is regarded as a charitable act, gift from him until the day of judgment. Every sustainable action, every environmental protection, every drop of water saved, these aren't just good deeds. They are ongoing charity, sadaqah jariyah, whose rewards continue until the end of life. My dear brothers and sisters, the theme of this conference is eco-theology and environmental sustainability. We've proven it's not just a theology, it's a practical roadmap. We've shown it's not just a sustainability, it's a sacred obligation. The question is no longer, can Islamic principles solve environmental challenges? We've proven they can. The question is now, will we have the courage to implement them? I see, inshallah, in this room, scholars from all over the world and beyond. Imagine if each of us in this room, return home and establishes just one sustainable project based on Islamic principles. Imagine if each of you inspire just 10 students. Imagine if each of those students influences their communities. This is how revolutions begin, not with grand declarations, but with committed individuals who understand serving the earth is serving Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that protecting the environment is protecting humanity, and that our response to this crisis will define the legacy for generations to come. The earth is calling us back to our fitra, to our nature as its guardians. The question is, will we answer? Thank you. Jazakumullahu khaira. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Muhammad. Exactly on time. Thank you for that. I think this is a very interesting insight from a totally different part of the world, from United Arab Emirates and the example of Masdar city, and also bringing insights from Islamic law and how the environment protection is actually in compliance not only with one maqsad of Sharia, but with the 5 maqasid of the Sharia, with حفظ الدين, حفظ النفس, المال, النسل, والعقل. So, Professor, thank you very much. And I think now it's the turn to our very own Professor Dr. Arya Nakisa. Arya Nakisa is the assistant professor at this university, the Indonesian International Islamic University. And before that, he has been working for 8 years in Washington University before moving to this university. He is well known as a scholar of anthropology of Islamic law, and actually his book, Anthropology of Islamic Law, has been published by a very prestigious press, Oxford University Press, and translated into Arabic. So without further ado, Professor Arya, the time is yours.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much for that nice introduction. And maybe I will begin with a short anecdote that is actually related to my first book. So the way that I got information for this book, it was basically studying education at modern Egyptian institutions of higher Islamic learning like Al-Azhar and Darul Uloom. And one of the conversations that I remember having with a professor there is he said, okay, if you want to understand the Sharia and you want to understand its underlying principles, you have to avoid certain very ignorant ways of reasoning. Don't you know that there are some people who believe that Muslims cannot accept new technologies? So he said, there are people who believe that we cannot ride cars, that we should ride camels, and that we should not use phones. Instead, we should just send mail because this was done by Muslims in the past. And at that time, it seemed pretty obvious that, you know, things, when I'm thinking about him talking about cars and new technologies or phones, it seems like his perspective is a very compelling perspective. But I think in recent times, the rapidity of rapid technological changes raises some questions about this way of thinking that simply assumes that when it comes to new technologies, ongoing rapid technological development is entirely unproblematic. So the modern period in which we live has seen Western states restructure the globe in keeping with liberal values. One of the most important values is that of science, this notion that we should engage in the unconstrained accumulation of scientific knowledge and use that to produce an unconstrained accumulation of technological power. And of course, this science and technological growth in the modern period has undoubtedly delivered countless benefits. And some of the more recent technologies that people are talking about, like AI and robotics and genetic engineering and so forth, promise to deliver further unprecedented benefits. At the same time, however, these technological developments also pose certain concerns. In fact, in certain cases, they threaten to transform human societies and the natural environment in increasingly radical ways, sometimes beyond recognition. Now, since the 19th century, liberal critics of Sharia have claimed that one of its key features, one of its key deficiencies, is that it limits change, for it is a detailed code of rules that regulates all aspects of human life, like how to eat and dress and marry and trade and wage war. And since this Sharia code is regarded as God-given, as sacred, and as immutable, a society committed to Sharia cannot change. This idea lies behind the commonplace argument made by many Orientalists and colonial officials that Muslim societies are incapable of progress and development, that they are frozen forever in the 7th century. So you find this, of course, this idea articulated by figures like Ernest Renan and William Weir and Lord Cromer and so on. And of course, since the 1970s, this type of argument has been subjected to sustained critique by scholarship in post-colonial studies. However, even many thinkers sympathetic to post-colonial studies would still hold that there are significant ways in which the Sharia limits change, although they would not necessarily regard this as a negative thing. So one of the things that we can say is that since the 19th century, much thought has been given to the notion that Sharia poses certain obstacles to change. Far less attention, I think, has been given to the opposite problem. What if it were the case that Sharia, as traditionally understood, does not do enough to prevent change? What if Sharia, as traditionally understood, does not provide sufficient protections against new technologies, their potential to transform human life and the natural environment beyond recognition, and to transform it in ways that arguably conflict with basic, deeply rooted Islamic values? And on this matter, when considering this matter, it is useful to reflect on a particular situation. I would say that if you read Islamic scripture, it does not address a situation where humans have the technological power to alter basic facts about the universe, where they can destroy the earth with nuclear weapons, destroy all air and water through pollution, or destroy all animal and plant life through carbon emissions and climate change. Islamic scripture likewise does not address a situation where humans have the technological power to fundamentally alter humanity's biologically rooted physical traits, psychological traits, and behaviors through techniques like genetic engineering, cybernetic implants, and advanced pharmaceuticals. And it is not surprising that Islamic scripture does not address such a situation, at least in any explicit way, because in the 7th century and before the modern period, it would have been impossible to envision or explain a scenario where people have this type of technological power. So all of this means that if we look at Islamic scripture, it does not contain clear Sharia rules to regulate technological power and prevent its misuse. For instance, there does not exist a clear Sharia rule to prevent the gradual destruction of plant and animal life through carbon emissions and climate changes, nor is there a clear Sharia rule to prevent individuals from spending all their time in an inert state of artificial euphoria minus intoxication that might be induced by brain implants or pills. There does not exist a clear Sharia rule to prevent individuals from abandoning social relations with other humans in favor of simulated relations with AI programs and robots. Such radical human changes to human society and the natural environment arguably undermine the distinctive form of human life valued by Islam, yet there are not clear Sharia rules to prevent these radical changes. And for that reason, we might need to rethink how we understand the Sharia. And here there are two possibilities that scholars on this panel and maybe elsewhere are considering or have considering. The first possibility that was touched on by Professor Josh concerns the notion of the aims of the Sharia. And then the second possibility, which has received less attention, is the concept of innovation or bid'ah, that there could be bad innovations and bad changes. So I'd like to look briefly at both of these potential ways of confronting the situation of radical technological change in which Muslims find themselves. Here, if we look at the maqasid the Sharia, aims of the Sharia approach, we would say, okay, well, instead of focusing on scriptural texts and explicit rules found in these texts, we should focus on the underlying aims of the Sharia, the maqasid, and it could be argued that these aims include preservation of the natural environment and the biological human organism. This response is useful in some ways, but it also raises certain concerns. It frankly does involve a radical rethinking of the Sharia. For pre-modern Muslim thinkers do not think of the Sharia as including aims of this type. This is not something that you can simply open up a medieval fiqh text and find. So there is a break with the past. There are also major questions about how to interpret these aims. For example, let's say you claim that protecting the environment is an aim of the Sharia. Does this imply that it is obligatory to recycle or drive electric cars? Or suppose one says that protecting the biological organism, human species is an aim of the Sharia. Does this imply that we cannot use antidepressants or form relations with AI programs and robots? Deriving rules in this way has certain benefits, but it also risks a lot of subjectivity and reducing Sharia thinking to a type of maslaha mursala. Then we come to the second possibility, which concerns this idea that there could be bad changes, there could be problematic changes, innovations, or bid'ah. Now, since the 19th century, Muslim reformist thinkers like Rashid Rida have promoted a particular principle. And according to this principle, there can be no innovation or bid'ah in the domain of ritual worship or ibadat. So it is wrong to create new Sufi rituals of grave visitation or celebrating the Mawlid or forms of dhikr accompanied by drums or dancing. The ideal on this view in ritual worship is strict rejection of all change, of all bid'ah. Rather, one must cling as closely as possible to the way of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the earliest Muslims or the Salaf. However, these same reformists will also argue, oftentimes, that outside the limited domain of rituals, all change is basically legitimate, including, or we should assume that the default is that it's legitimate. Radical technological change is allowed. And this is often expressed in the phrase, al-asl fil al-ashya al-ibaha. So the default ruling in these matters is permissibility. So for instance, when it comes to eating watermelons or driving cars or using cell phones, it is permissible and unproblematic, and we should accept it automatically, even though the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the Salaf never did such things. Thus, we should not think about things outside the domain of bid'ah as involving illicit changes, and we should not strive to imitate the Salaf. But this approach raises certain concerns. So let's even assume, first of all, it's not obvious that all pre-modern legal works do, in fact, endorse this principle that outside the realm of ritual worship, change and innovation it's a default accepted. And even if we were to assume that there was some kind of consensus on this matter, we could say that pre-modern jurists formulated this principle later on in Islamic history, and perhaps it reflected a situation of their specific historical circumstances in which radical technological change did not pose such an obvious problem. So perhaps this principle might not be valid. Perhaps we might perhaps we might apply the bid'ah outside the realm of ritual. So this brings me back to end this talk to the anecdote on which I began with. So is it really so crazy to say that there could be certain technological changes in how we use cars that might be problematic? When we start thinking about carbon emissions, urbanization, breakdown of the family, maybe we should give matters of that a second thought. When it comes to using phones that automatically should be accepted without a second thought, could we have problems when we have phones that have social media and AI and surveillance tracking? Do we need to think more carefully about these changes? And perhaps we need to reflect. We could also reflect, and not to say reject all technology, but perhaps we should think more carefully about the ideal of the lifestyle of the Prophet ﷺ and the Salaf, and recognize that there are dangers and perils in terms of departing away from this way of living, that perhaps human life, other aspects of human life beyond worship, do have a sacred ritualistic ritual nature that perhaps should be preserved, and perhaps we should be a little bit more, perhaps we should think about other ways in which the concept of bid'ah might find value, including preserving the human organism and preserving the natural environment. So I will end on that note. Thank you.
Professor Arya, that actually was a very insightful speech, and actually comes with alignment, in alignment with the morning speeches about the importance that Islamic studies should engage with the science. But probably here, Professor Arya is a little bit or quite critical for actually accepting all of these developments and sciences and taking them for granted. And he is actually trying to ask how we can connect Islamic studies and fiqh to the ruling of, or to the impact, especially the negative impact of some of the developments and technologies. And I really found his creative way of connecting bid'ah, or probably innovative way of connecting innovation to the technology is very amazing. Thank you very much, Professor Arya, again. So now it's our pleasure to turn to our next honorable guest, Professor Ayman Shahada, who is a professor at SOAS University at London, and he's also is a visiting senior fellow at the Center of Islamic Global Challenges at Faculty of Islamic Studies at this university. We are very happy to have you here as a visiting fellow, and definitely to have you, Professor, in this panel. Professor Ayman received his PhD from University of Oxford, and he has been teaching in different UK universities, including Edinburgh and South. And at least for me, he's best known for his work on Fakhruddin al-Razi, his amazing book about the teleological ethics of Fakhruddin al-Razi. And definitely he has other different works, especially the one commentary by al-Mas'udi on the al-Isharat by Ibn Sina, which is a critical edition and study also. So I don't want to speak a lot. I will leave the space and the time to Professor Ayman. Please.
شكرا دكتور محمد. And assalamu alaikum, first of all. I want to start, first of all, by thanking the conference organizers, particularly the Ministry of Religious Affairs and the UIII for organizing such a wonderful conference. It's really a pleasure for me to attend and participate in this event. So the themes of this panel include Islamic law and peace building. And these two themes are the two most relevant themes in this panel to the topic that I want to speak to in my brief intervention. I want to talk about tolerance in Islamic thought, tolerance being a crucial ingredient for peace building, and it's also relevant to Islamic law and Islamic thought in general. And I'm going to focus on a pre-modern case. Because that's what I do. I'm an intellectual historian focused on the pre-modern period. Now, it's widely thought that tolerance is very much a modern Western value, and that it's by and large absent in Islamic thought, to the exception of certain specific restricted cases. The most obvious cases in classical Islamic thought are two. First of all, we have tolerance. There's tolerance towards people of the book, Ahl al-Kitab. If they're Ahl al-Dhimma, I'm talking about rulings in the position in Islamic law. So the people of the book are tolerated if they're Ahl al-Dhimma. But this tolerance is qualified and conditional. If, for instance, they have to accept Muslim rule, pay the jizya, and so on and so forth. So there are conditions to this. And this is, as I said, a specific case of tolerance. So there's also another example is tolerance among the different schools of Islamic law, Shafi'is, Hanafis, and so forth. You acknowledge that other members of other schools practice differently than yourself, than members of your school, but that doesn't result in theoretically at least, doesn't result in a hostile attitude towards that school and its members. Although historically things were different, of course, at different points in Islamic history. And again, that's a very specific case of tolerance. And these two examples, and I've just given two examples, as I said, they're very specific, very restricted, and they're not the same as broader concepts of tolerance that we talk about in modern times. Now, I don't want to claim that a modern style account of tolerance was widespread or existed even in the pre-modern Islamic context. That would be seriously anachronistic and ahistorical. But what I want to show briefly in what follows is that there are remarkable expressions of tolerance in classical Islam that, first of all, have remained neglected and unstudied, and secondly, they demonstrate the potential for developing similar narratives, similar positions and approaches and attitudes in modern Islamic thought and modern Islamic context. The example I want to highlight here is one that I examined at greater depth in my research on pre-modern Islamic philosophy and theology. It concerns the theologians' tendency to emphasize the obligation, wujub, the obligation to hold central doctrines of theology with certitude, yaqeen. If you have any doubt about a conviction, then it's not knowledge, it's not ilm, but a mere presumption, a dhann, which to theologians is a very unsatisfactory state. You can't call yourself a real theologian if you have doubts, if you have any doubt about the central doctrines of theology. And by central doctrines, I mean, the existence of God, the creation of the world, the attributes of God, the afterlife, and so forth. So these are some of the doctrines that were central to classical Islamic theology. For many theologians, you can't even be a believer, a mu'min, if you have any doubt about these doctrines. These doctrines have to be, each doctrine has to be ilm, has to be held with, to be an item of knowledge, and it has to be held with certainty, without any doubt. And this was the position in earlier theology, in the first few centuries of Islamic theology. Such an epistemological attitude can foster intolerance. And that is what we see with the debate between theologians and philosophers on whether the world is created in time or eternal. There's created in time is Huduth al-Alam, so the debate between the supporters of Huduth al-Alam, the creation of the world in time, out of nothing, and those who maintain that the world is pre-eternal, has always existed, Qidam al-Alam. So this was a major debate between philosophers and theologians. I mean, this is a big subject, and I only have a few minutes, so I'm just going over this quickly. So most philosophers held that, pre-modern Islamic philosophers, that is, or Muslim philosophers, held that the world is pre-eternal. The world has always existed. It's created by God, but He didn't create the world out of nothing. Theologians, by contrast, held that that God created the world out of nothing. There was nothing, and then God created things, the world. Theologians say that we know that the world is created with certainty, based on revelation and reason, on the Quran and the Hadith and rational evidence. And on that basis, theologians maintain that the theory of the eternity of the world held by the philosophers was tantamount to unbelief, kufr. And of course, the most famous example of a theologian who took that view is Al-Ghazali, is the famous Al-Ghazali, who of course said that the philosophers in his one of his most important works, Tahaf al-Falasifa, said that the philosophers are unbelievers on the basis of three doctrines that they held, including their view that the world is eternal. So, and of course, if Al-Ghazali even said that because they're unbelievers and apostates, they were born Muslim and then they became unbelievers in his view, they are punishable by death. Although, the practicalities of that are complicated, so very few, only in exceptional cases did philosophers face that outcome. Yet, so that's the standard theological view in the earlier period. Yet I discovered a different attitude in one work by the famous 12th century thinker and theologian and also philosopher and scientist, let's call him an exegete, Fakhruddin al-Razi, who was mentioned earlier in the introduction. So earlier in his career, al-Razi Razi is one of the most important thinkers in Islamic history. He's one of probably the three most important theologians in pre-modern Islam. So earlier in his career, al-Razi upheld the standard theological view that the creation of the world was known with certainty, and that those who denied it were unbelievers. This is something that he states quite clearly and explicitly in a very early work of his, a theological work, where he says that the philosophers are kuffar on that basis. However, in a later work, his last major work, titled Al-Matalib Al-Aliya, his position changed. We see a very significant transformation in his career and in his several aspects of his thought, and this is one very interesting transformation. So very briefly, he maintains that on many metaphysical problems, many, let's say, theological questions and other metaphysical questions, it is enough to affirm probable beliefs. So if certainty is unattainable, if you try to attain certainty on a particular question, and you fail to attain certainty, then Al-Razi said that you can uphold or affirm a probable belief. So a view that you can, for which you have some evidence in support, but maybe you have some evidence against. So because the evidence isn't entirely conclusive, you can uphold that doctrine, although you're not 100% sure about it. So you don't hold it with certainty. That is a radical view, and nowadays in modern times, this view is quite common. If you tell a modern philosopher about this view, he'll say, yeah, that's normal. But in pre-modern times, at the time of Al-Razi, this was a radical view to take, for a theologian at least. On theology, the gold standard was yaqeen. Yeah? You don't, it's only in some relatively secondary doctrines that you can hold probable belief. But on central theological doctrines, it was always yaqeen, certainty. So for him to say this about metaphysical questions, that's quite a transformation. And on that basis, he goes on to argue that after we have assessed, so when he discusses the question, that particular question, the question of whether the world is created or eternal, he says that after we have assessed all the evidence from revelation and reason for the creation of the world and for the eternity of the world, we can only affirm that the world is created as a probable belief. So he says there are good arguments for this position, that the world is created in time. There are also arguments for, or good arguments for the opposite position, the contrary position, that the world is eternal. We can't refute the latter position with certainty, and therefore, but when we weigh the evidence, we'll see that there's probably stronger evidence for the former position, for the creation of the world. And on that basis, we can affirm that position as a probable belief. And from this position, he goes on to say that those who hold the contrary view, that the world is eternal, should be excused and tolerated, and should not be accused of unbelief, because we cannot be fully certain of our own view. We can't be certain that the view that we hold is right, and we can't be certain that the view that they hold is wrong. And so they have to be excused and tolerated. This is, as I said, a novel position, and it's, in my view, a very important position. Because in earlier theology, theological doubt was considered a complete failure. So a theologian would never admit that they hold a view as central as this, that the creation of the world that the world is created in time, without being 100% sure of it. But Al-Razi says that this is an acceptable position. It's not the optimal position. Ideally, you would like to attain certainty, but in the absence of certainty, you can be justified in affirming a probable belief. So this is quite a radical view, and in the pre-modern Islamic theological context. And And on the basis of that view, he was able to tolerate what in earlier theology was considered a very heretical and a view tantamount to unbelief, as I said. So that's just an example from pre-modern Islam on on the theoretical grounds for tolerance, which haven't been explored previously. This is nowadays, I mean, we call this moderate skepticism. Moderate skepticism is one of the possible grounds for tolerance in modern thought. And we have an example of this from pre-modern thought. And I just want to conclude by saying that there's great potential for developing this, or at least reflecting on this position and probably developing it further in the modern period. Thank you very much.
Professor Ayman, actually he brought a very interesting but different perspective, and I think this is one of the uniqueness of this panel, that each scholar came from a different area of expertise. So Professor Ayman discussed the idea of tolerance between theologians, and actually he brought an interesting point how Fakhruddin al-Razi was indirectly critical to the takfir of by al-Ghazali to philosophers in his Tahafut al-Falasifa. And although I'm sure many theologians, most theologians will disagree with that. I mean, Nasafi will say, begin حقائق الأشياء ثابتة والعلم بها متحقق. It's the first beginning sentence that we studied, but it's a very, very interesting speech. Thank you very much, Professor Ayman. And now to our very special guest, our dear friend, Professor Stephen Lacroix. Dr. Stephen Lacroix is a associate professor at Sciences Po at Paris, France, and he has written many books, and he's best known in the Arab world for his book, the translated book about Sahwa in Saudi Arabia. And this year, he has published a new book, I don't know, probably the 5th book or something like that. And it has been published simultaneously in 3 languages, originally in French, and then English translation by Columbia University, and Arabic translation by the Shabaka al-Arabiya. So time is yours, Professor Stephen. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed, for the kind introduction. So, Salam Alaikum. Salamat siang. Ibu-ibu dan bapa-bapa yang terhormat. But I will not continue in Indonesian because I won't bore you with that. I would need a lot of preparation to do this in Indonesian. So next time, maybe. In the meantime, I will continue in English. And, well, first, thank UIII for the invitation. It's always a great pleasure for me to be here with you, to see colleagues again, to see the students, and always a big pleasure to be back to the beautiful country that is Indonesia. So, a bit like what Professor Ayman said, I tried to see where I could fit within the different themes of the panel. And again, like Professor Ayman, I'm closer to the reflection on Islamic law and peace building. So, and with, in the background, the question of decoloniality. So I will engage with ideas that will somehow resonate a little bit from a different perspective with what Professor Ayman said. Although, I mean, the first caveat that I should probably mention is that as a sociologist who works on contemporary religion, and particularly Islam, I haven't worked specifically through the lens of decoloniality myself. And yet I do think that a lot of my work and that of colleagues of my generation does speak to decoloniality. I think I speak for many, again, scholars of my generation when I say that when we grew up, academically speaking, of course, we all read Edward Said and Talal Asad, and that their influence is directly or indirectly felt in many of the approaches that I use and that many of us use. So I think in that sense, we've all kind of,
in a sense, decoloniality has penetrated many of us, even if we don't directly use explicitly decolonial paradigms. Of course, a lot remains to be done on that field, and I think this is why it's important to keep having these discussions. Before starting, I should also say that I speak here from my positionality within Western academia, although I will try to adopt the most inclusive view possible in what I will say. My first remark going into this is that one thing that the recent generation of scholars to which I belong has been more deeply aware than many of the previous generations is the vast diversity contained within the Islamic tradition, as well as the tradition's internal malleability. And here I am using tradition in a sense of Tal al-Asad, discursive tradition, and when I speak about the malleability of the Islamic tradition, again, I'm thinking of Muhammad Qasim Zaman and a book that some of you may know, The Ulama in Contemporary Islam, Custodians of Change. And I think those facts that to me seem to be facts now, and to many of us, I think, at this point, they had long been obscured by a range of factors. And I will emphasize two of the factors that long obscured those things. On the one hand was the Orientalist tradition. And notwithstanding the fact that many of the Orientalists were, as individuals, gifted scholars, they worked within a colonial power structure that imposed upon their thinking a set of problematic assumptions, some of which were discussed this morning by Farish Noor, so I won't come back to that. Those assumptions impacted the methods of these Orientalists, and I will come back to that, but also the choices of topics of the Orientalists, which rarely escaped the good Muslim, bad Muslim binary that Mahmoud Mamdani and others have written about. And so the picture that emerged from the Islamic tradition through Orientalism was a distorted one, which overemphasized minority currents because they either were deemed desirable, quote unquote, according to European or Western standards, or because they were deemed fanatical, quote unquote, according to the same standards. And what I find surprising is that the currents that were underrepresented in that strain of work were those that actually represented Islamic mainstream. And I still remember when I was a PhD student 20 years ago, and I was looking for Western language scholarly sources about the Asharite theological tradition. And I was surprised that I couldn't find many. There's very few works actually written in the Western languages about what has been the dominant theological tradition in Sunni Islam for almost a millennium. So I think this is one of those paradoxes that came out of that type of scholarship. Another factor, which in some way is just as important, though it is not directly related to colonialism, has to do with the emergence of a printed Islamic book market in the 20th century. And that is something I have written about in my own work, and Dr. Muhammad knows about this. Of course, my work focused on Arabic printing, but I assume the same can be said of printing in other languages. And what I try to argue is that the move to printing prompted another distortion, or at least another reordering of the Islamic tradition. In the first decades of the 20th century, the more entrepreneurial and resourceful actors were quickly able to dominate the market, printing the books that were in accordance with their own religious views. And in the cases that I have studied in my work, many of these actors were so-called Salafis. And so Salafi or Salafi-leaning books, many of which had until then been relatively marginal in the Islamic tradition, they were now given center stage. And in parallel, books and authors formerly considered mainstream were sidelined. Again, Islamic traditionalism suffered in a process that reduced orthodoxy, at least in the eyes of many, to a select corpus of texts and authors to the exclusion of others. And I think that was a very important transformation, again, of what was deemed authoritative and what was not, within the constitution of what was, again, made into the available Islamic corpus through which people address the tradition. In many ways, the emergence of another medium, which is the internet and later social networks, with the new phenomenon of religious influencers, well, this would have a similar effect almost a century later, again, favoring the religious actors that were most able to take advantage of that new medium at the expense, again, often, of the traditionalists. So again, these mediums have reshaped the traditions on and on. I think understanding all these dynamics is key, right? So the one coming from the Western Orientalism and how the Western Orientalism shaped a certain understanding of the Islamic tradition. And then how, from the Islamic side, the dynamics of the different mediums, starting with the book market, shaped another understanding of the tradition. I think those understandings are key to forming a more accurate and rich view of the Islamic tradition. And fortunately, some scholars have been doing exactly that, trying to provide that richer and more accurate view. And recent works that come to mind we spoke recently about Khalid al-Royhab. We were having a discussion with him over lunch, and I really like his book on Islamic thought in the 17th century, Frank Griffel on philosophy after al-Ghazali, but I won't discuss philosophy too much next to someone who knows about Islamic philosophy much more than I do. But I think all of those books were really important in trying to recomplexify what people approach from the Islamic tradition. And more generally, the classic binary of Islam and modernity, with their supposed encounter during the colonial period starting in the 19th century, is currently being challenged. New narratives are emerging, complexifying our understanding of change within the Islamic tradition. And it again is some of the questions that were addressed by Arya before me. I think another break from the Orientalist tradition has been the growing production of works on contemporary Islam that are rooted in the methodologies of the social sciences, but written by scholars with a strong knowledge of the Islamic corpus. And I think we should measure that this is a relatively new thing, and it bridges an important gap. In the past, the field was divided between, on the one hand, the Orientalists and their successors, who put most of their emphasis on philology and texts, and were thus more likely to adopt a normative approach to religious behavior. And on the other hand, were the social scientists, who, when they studied Muslim societies, paid little attention to religious texts, and they often lacked, or they did not even care about acquiring, the linguistic skills. And I believe an approach grounded in the social sciences, but which takes religion, and so religious texts and beliefs seriously, can go a long way in solving some of the problems found in previous works. Of course, this won't solve everything, and as argued by many scholars, some of whom were present here in April when UIII organized that conference in decoloniality. Well, as argued by these scholars, decoloniality requires going further by questioning some of the very concepts in the sociology of religion, starting, and that was what I remember Professor Said Farid Al-Attas, I think, explaining how we should question the category of religion itself, right? And Tal al-Assad had done this before him. So there's still many questions to respond to. But at the very least, we should exert constant epistemological vigilance when we deal with these kind of things, I think. And the term has come from Bourdieu, and I've been also quite influenced by Bourdieu in my work. So finally, I should say a word, following in the footsteps again of Tal al-Assad and others, on the necessity to continue moving beyond an Arab-centric approach to Islam. Again, the Arab-centric approach has a lot to do with coloniality. Colonial science on Islam was mostly formed through the study of the Arab world and was later applied to Muslim peoples in other parts of the world. And the Muslim reformists of the late 19th and early 20th century, by sometimes adopting the same normative approach, also consciously or unconsciously reinforced that bias. The division of labor here was more or less between Islamic studies on the one hand, or Islamologie, as we say in French, which was for scholars who worked on Islam in the Arab world, while scholars who worked on Muslim societies outside the Arab world were doing instead what was called anthropology. So there was this divide between proper Islamic studies, deemed the study of Islam in the Arab world, and anthropology, which again, in Indonesia, you would find plenty of people claiming to do instead anthropology. And I think that division, again, needs to be overcome, and it is fortunately in the process of being overcome, and I think initiatives like UIII actually are playing an important role in trying to overcome that binary. After decades of globalization, which have seen religion and religious understandings circulate with the speed of light in all directions, and with the growing recognition of what has been a fact for long, which is that the demographic weight of Islam is now in Asia and Africa and no longer in the Middle East, while today categories such as center and periphery need to also be rethought. So, in conclusion, and to connect with the broader theme of the panel, how can all of what I said help in peace building and fostering a more tolerant understanding of the world? Well, in my view, again, those questions are closely related. Because extremism in the Muslim world is often correlated with one-sided, dogmatic, monolithic, or excessively normative views of the Islamic tradition. And in the West, anti-Muslim sentiment is also often justified by the same types of bias, fueling the conditions for what Edward Said, in his famous response to Samuel Huntington, called a clash of ignorance. So moving beyond those views will certainly not solve everything, because extremism on all sides feeds on plenty of other causes, political, social, economic, but it can certainly help. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Stephen, for sharing your insights about decolonizing Islamic studies and how much we are in bad need to rethink the questions that we are asking and the methodology that we follow, and even the sources that, to what extent we consider some sources to be more authoritative, and how this has been influenced by the printing and so on, and also the relationship between colonialism and the Arab-centric vision to Islam, which I can add actually also participated in seeing non-Arab Muslims as unorthodox, or actually facilitating some kind of Islam Nusantara, Indonesian Islam, which is appears to be like a different Islam, which something that I probably would disagree with. So thank you very much for all of our honorable speakers. I think we have 10 minutes to Q&A. So please, if you have a question, if you don't mind, I will limit every person can have just one question, because we are behind time a little bit. So one question for each person, and please be concise, to the point, and don't forget to introduce yourself. Please raise your hand if you have a question. We will take 3 questions per round. Okay, so there in the back, any other questions? Anyone wants to ask? Yeah, in the middle, second person, and a third person over there. So we can collect these 3 questions. Please introduce yourself and be concise as much as I can.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, I will do my best to make a question as briefly as possible. My name is Basri. I'm from UIN, Maliki Malang, UIN Malang, located in East Java. Actually, my question is directed to Dr. Ibrahim from United Arab Emirates, right? My concern is that actually when we look at the text in the scripture, in the Quran, written in the Quran, I think nobody doubt that Islam is maybe the first religion, maybe the only religion, you know, which is concerned with the environment, the balance between nature and human being. But in reality, I think in my personal opinion, it is Islam and Muslim who betrays the sanctity of the text in the Quran. Because I was checking, actually, you know, I spent like few seconds in ChatGPT. I was asking, what is the filthiest countries in the world? Apa negara yang paling menjijikkan dan kotor di dunia? When I was checking in GPT, but it turned to be number 1 Bangladesh, number 2 Pakistan, and number 3 India, that has about 200 millions of Muslims. My question is, how to balance, how to keep the balance between the text, the ideal text in the scripture, in the Quran, and the hadith, and the reality. I think this is the ongoing problem faced by the Muslim. We have the ideal, the very ideal concept, but in reality, we are the worst. That's actually my concern. Thank you, I appreciate it. It's wonderful presentation, I love it. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. Can we go to the next question, please? Oh, mashallah, mashallah, congratulations. Okay, so next question, can we pass the mic to the next person? Yeah, please. Sorry?
Assalamualaikum, good afternoon. My name is Faris. I'm a student at this campus. My question is for Prof. Eka Sri Mulyani. Just simple question. You mentioned a lot about women's role in Aceh to protect the environment. But my question is here from the opposite side. My question is, who are the main disruptive force? What I mean, the woman save this environment, but from what? Is it from the local grassroots, local elite, national elite, or maybe other forces? That is my question.
Probably from men. Okay, thank you very much. So can we go to the third question? Over there, yeah, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Usainuga. I am from the Gambia. My question is directed to Dr. Ahmad Ibrahim from the United Arab Emirates. You made mention of Maqasidu Sharia, which I believe is the objectives of the law. So, to be precise, in the current world we are living with people having different beliefs. So I want to understand like how the Maqasidu Sharia can be reinterpreted through the colonial lenses to promote peace and sustainability. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't think we will be able to take a next round of questions. So if we can take two more questions, Shafiq and someone else, and then we will answer the 5 questions directly.
I have very simple question to my Mas Stefan. It is about your research concerns. I know you are doing a lot on Salafis. My question is how the Salafist group understands and see about what we call environments and also peace. Thank you.
What the first?
Environments, the Salafist point of view on environment and peace.
Okay.
Okay, so one final question. Does anyone want to? Yes, over there, please. So one final question.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Thank you for the wonderful speech. I would like to ask a question.
Can you introduce yourself first? I'm sorry.
Prof. Arya. So my question is, how can we exactly hope to achieve the global sustainable environmental sustainability while industrialized countries are simultaneously produce and responsible also the historic atmosphere carbon dioxide, and at the same time exporting the non-renewable plastic to the countries of the global south who cannot renew the plastic waste. Thank you so much.
Did you get that? Did you get it? Okay. So Dr. Ibrahim, you have 2 questions. Please. Yeah, sure. So for the first question, he's asking about the relationship between the difference between practice and theory. How the theory, although Islam promote environmental protection, in practice nothing happens. Why?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. One more time, thank you for being attentively listeners. And actually, it's based on, it's a perspective. It's actually, the question is being answered actually by the applicability of, we have the maqasid al-sharia actually have been placed in Masdar city. So the UAE have actually, practically speaking, actually they implement what the Sharia was saying about all the maqasid in this place. And now, I think I have answered many of this question actually in detail in my paper, and you can refer to it inshallah later. So for the applicability or the practicality of the Sharia and the theory, yes, it's practical. Actually, it's based on, I think, one of the guest speakers, actually one of the keynote speakers actually was saying there is difference between what Muslims do and what Islam calls us to. So yes, practically speaking, this is actually we can see what Islam has been actually calling us to. But actually we have, as I mentioned earlier in my presentation, so everyone has to start. So learning is the key. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned in Surah Al-Asr, it's very briefly, وَالْعَصْرِ إِنَّ الْإِنسَانَ لَفِي خُسْرٍ. So means mankind is in great loss, and there are exceptions for four categories, which is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala highlighted, is إِلَّا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا, and Iman requires knowledge. And we cannot apply Islam without knowledge. We have to enhance, we have to increase our knowledge. إِلَّا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ. Actually, I even when I teach my students, as I used to refer to these four categories as KASB, K-A-S-B, which is actually knowledge. And the second, actually, knowledge takes you to actions, and then you have transfer or share what you learn, and then you have to attain patience. You have to be patient. So it's about actually knowledge, it's about action, it's about actually transfer or translate what you learn into action. Yeah. This is very an interesting part. It's about individual responsibility, and must start from you as an individual Muslim.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Professor Ika.
Thank you very much. If it is women who care, then who destroys? Yeah. Is it laki-laki, right? So, before I answer whether it is laki-laki or not, I would say the first is unjust system, including government policies. Why I said so? Because when they gathered together in an event that I showed you earlier, they wrote 52 love letters to the governor. To write their aspiration. And then one of parliament member came to the event. They said, Ibu, because it was a woman parliament member, Ibu, you are our representative and we are your boss. So you have to listen to us. Please bring our ideas to the government to really think about the permission for the corporate to do the mining in our area. So this is like the one who destroyed. Second, the corporate, of course, especially those corporate who really don't care. They do the exploitation, but they never care about the recovery after those exploitation. And then, of course, the laki-laki also. There is a story, pemburu burung. It's very interesting, pemburu burung, bird hunters, is it? And then the ibu-ibu, the women came dan menangkap pemburu burung itu. Well, bapak-bapak ngopi-ngopi hanya menonton, and it was viral on TikTok. watched by millions of people, ibu-ibu yang menangkap pemburu burung yang adalah laki-laki. So this is the real story.
It's our problem then.
No, because patriarchal system also influence. That's why ecofeminism considered that gender injustice is also related very much to the natural exploitation. So,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay.
Jazakallah khairan. Thank you very much. So we are behind the time, so probably Professor Stephen. Definitely. So Dr. Ahmed says the one who asked get some presents. So what about the speakers? So definitely, I think you will get one. Don't worry, you will get one. So Stephen, about
no, but very quickly for Pashafiq, just very quickly. So environment and peace. Environment, I mean, and I think that's been discussed by Arya when he spoke about bid'ah. That is, Salafis of Trinity had this kind of this because of that hostility, traditional hostility to forms of innovation, which they have seen as problematic religiously. They have tended to be a little, I would say, generally a little bit more environmentalist than others. They would embark less on kind of technological ventures that might harm the environment. I remember when I was in Saudi Arabia, still in the 90s, you still had communities of Salafis who lived like Amish. There was a very famous community in Burayda where they rode horses and didn't have electricity. Those were very hardcore Salafis who, I mean, of course, that doesn't count for all the Salafis, but in a sense, you would have that kind of austerity of Salafis, which would put them in a kind of probably closer to a more environmentalist ethos. When it comes to peace, I think you find all kinds of positions. There's no great difference. You have Salafis who would think that da'wah is the only way, and so they would advocate peaceful engagement. And of course, you have the jihadis who would advocate violence. So in that sense, there's not much difference here with, I mean, there's a range of position at least. It's very difficult to say what the Salafis generally think about that. So,
thank you very much, Dr. Stephen. Dr. Arya, probably the last comment.
Well, just the sound wasn't 100% clear, but what I gathered is, I'm sorry, but what I gathered is the question is what kind of restrictions maybe are appropriate for ongoing technological development which negatively impacts certain countries, especially outside of the West or outside of the global North more than others. I think it was something along those lines, and maybe some link with plastics. I'm sorry, I didn't hear every word very well. But I would just say one type of limitation that might be helpful is some kind of agreement to distribute the benefits or the technological benefits, the type of wealth that is being generated. Because right now there's a kind of situation where there is a more competition. And when you talk about competition in high technologies like AI, it can pose a lot of big dangers, and a lot of it, if you look at the U.S. media, there's a lot of worry about, what is going to happen with the U.S. versus China. Like when you talk about unconstrained economic or technological development, which comes with very unequal forms of wealth and power, every country feels like it's in its interest to monopolize as much technology and science and AI growth as possible to the extent of others, but generates a dynamic where it's very hard to limit, how fast you're innovating and producing new technologies. So some kind of limitations and redistribution would probably be helpful, and perhaps AI will force more thinking of that type than has been the case with previous technologies.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arya. I think now we come to the end of our session. On behalf of the organizing committee, I want to thank all of our distinguished speakers. Please join me giving a big round of applause to our speakers. Thank you very much for your efforts and your thought-provoking speeches. جزاكم الله خيرا. أقول قولي هذا وأستغفر الله لي ولكم. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And please, we kindly ask from the all panelists and moderator to have a photo group. Yeah. Done? All right. All right. Thank you once again to Dr. Muhammad Marakibi for moderating this session and all of the panelists for very enlightening presentations and engaging discussions. We also would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers, performers, and all of you for gracing this occasion with your presence and active participations. Before we conclude, we would like to remind you that after this, the breakout session is taking place at the Faculty A and the Faculty B. There will be around 24 parallel panels that you may choose to attend. Tomorrow, as a reminder again, we are going to have our second keynote speech by Professor Sahram Akbarzadeh, and second plenary session that will feature a number of distinguished scholars before proceeding to the next breakout sessions. Finally, it's a wrap. May the forthcoming conference illuminate minds, foster unity, and inspire progress. Until we meet again, I'm Rivaldi, bidding you a splendid and inspiring day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.